Good evening, all you wonderful people. It's another week, another Monday. That means it's more time to play Monster Train 2. I still have not fixed the light bulb that's missing, and that's fine. I will maybe do that tomorrow. But in the meantime, we're going to play Monster Train 2. And we're going to fight some titans and random some choices unless people have specific clan combos they want to play. That said, we are still doing only random Monster Train 2. Eventually, I'll start playing the Monster Train 1 clans, but I'm kind of still hoping that I can stall it out long enough for the devs to update the clans. If they're going to. I assume they will, but it remains to be seen if and when and how much. But nonetheless, we're playing Monster Train 2 clans. We're going to have some fun. How you doing, Joe? Good to have you. How was your weekend? Okay. So what do we got? As an aside, by the way, I wanted to play more of this over the weekend, even though I've already spent so much time with this game. But I was like, I just gotta wait until Monday. Like, I will stream it all week. I don't need to play more of this over the weekend. Anyways, here we are. But I definitely had a craving to play it and denied myself. So we have Ardoon. And we have Greed Dragon, which is interesting. Unfortunately, we don't have any way to generate Horde yet. Queen was good, lazy but good. Didn't really do much, but get frustrated that I can't get past Covenant 5. Understandable. If you have any specific questions, feel free to let me know. And or if you want me to run any seeds that you struggled with, I also like doing that. Either on stream or off. I am usually down to do that. To give more pointed advice. But anyways, Bloody Moon's okay. It's good early. I don't know that I like it later all that much. The problem is, you're already often taking a lot of energy in this game because it affects deployment phase. And so I usually plan out my deck around that. And so, being able to get extra energy on a couple turns doesn't terribly affect what I'm doing. If there were more card draw in this game, same turn card draw, not delayed card draw like Awoken does, this would matter more. Or if I weren't already incentivized to take energy for deployment phase, I could use something like this to help fund playing more expensive spells while I'm still taking draw, yada yada yada. Here we are. Anyways, and Lava Flow is fine. I just am always kind of annoyed that it's a consume card because it feels a lot like it shouldn't be a consume card, but it is. I think it's mainly just been bad luck on draws and store options. I'll get it eventually. Well, good luck. Yeah. I forgot that this is what Attune Manacles does currently. It used to have a different effect, as was shown in the demo, where abilities procced incant triggers, but that was pretty worthless. Because there's only one incant trigger in Pyroborn. I'm pretty sure that's true. Pretty sure it's just Magma Cultist. Oh, I guess there's the Cursed Dragon Staff too. I knew there was something I was forgetting. But either way, the point is there's not a lot of incant triggers, and the way that abilities are currently working, there's not many that are on a low cooldown. So getting one extra incant every 3 turns was pretty terrible. But anyways, we're taking Razor Thin Crescent because Ardoon has inherent Mage Blade. And I think I'm pretty good with that. The Attune Manacles is sort of interesting because we do have the Bloated Whelps. If we had Phoenix here, which we couldn't because we can't then also have the Bloated Whelps because they're not a starter card. Point is, if we had something that had an ability, I'd maybe take that. But we're still taking this because it just inherently has value. Maybe it doesn't help that I just go random on Clans and Pyreheart. Would likely be easier if I focus on certain combos. Yeah, it would be easier. I think it is good for learning the game and improving your skills to be doing random random clans, and particularly random Pyreheart. Since the game has come out, I've definitely seen a lot of people who are kind of crutching on one Pyre Heart or another, particularly Pyre of Dominion, which removes your starter cards and gives you a draft, so you can start with like some banner units and things. And not to like shame people or anything, but like it's a good Pyre Heart. But I think like if that is your only way to win, that you're like using that draft to get the cards that you're comfortable with and all of that, like it does not expand your skills as a player. And I'm not saying that like you can't just use Pyre of Dominion, but again, like I think in particular that paired with people trying to seek out the same cards and strategies every time is not doing their skills any service. But whatever. It's a good Pyre. But I definitely think like learning to adapt to what the game gives you both makes you a better player in the long run, and particularly that's just what I like about a roguelike, particularly a roguelike deck builder, is learning to make a bunch of different strategies work. Anyways, moralizing aside, how you doing, Splat? And who are we up against? We're up against Dominion. So, Hierophant is probably good here. It protects the backline. Mystic Hammer does get a lot of extra attack, but on the other hand, with Razor Thin Crescent, we're already going to be getting a fair bit of attack. And if I can just pair this with, like, Selene Acolyte, or get the Mage Blade equipment, like, we already have a lot of strength right there. I think I'm pretty okay with that. The only problem is that with the Whelps as one of our starter cards, we do have less just like spells to play. Also, our starting banner unit is not incredibly helpful. It is better than a Steward. The alternative is that we don't play it alongside our Dune, so we can try to put the Spear Steward and like a Whelp next to him so that we're putting armor on more units, which is good, but I think I'm pretty okay with just like doing this. And then using the Whelps to try to pick off backliners while we just like scale up our Dune's attack and the defense of top floor. For a moment, I thought I wasn't going to get a Whelp and I was going to be real pissed off. Because it's like, we've got multiple ways to kill the Collector, and I just need any one of them. Yeah, we're already doing 50-some damage here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to kill that. Play this here. I was just debating if I really wanted to play the Bloody Moon on the champion, since that would do a fair bit of extra damage to him. And I wasn't sure if I needed that to like clear him, but I definitely don't. Our Dune is doing plenty of work for us. I might just play this here for the extra armor, and by that I mean I'm going to do that. Because like my deck is not... Like, there's a chance that I cycle back around to it, but I just don't think that matters. Yeah, unfortunately, even with the Lava Flow, I can't kill that. I'm just going to do this. Why was that doing more damage? Anyways, we'll increase the damage we're doing there. That's fine. Can't play at the Whelps. It's okay. We're in pretty good shape overall. Like, yeah, his staff is falling off and all that. Who cares? Yeah, let's do this. Generate some armor. I could have used it for a little bit of damage on Astriel, but saving some armor and gaining some extra with the incants is pretty good. Like, not concerned about this floor. Because with our Dune with, you know, 50-some attack, I was pretty confident he'd go down. Now, how much do I care about a Phase Blessing? I care an okay amount about a Phase Blessing. It matters less with Hierophant. But it is still good. But do I actually care? That's the real question I have to ask myself. I don't think we want to take another Bloody Moon. I don't really care about Meddler here. But... okay, that's fine. I'll take it. It does get me the Calcified Ember, which I don't love. And I might take the Brain Spike just so I can get, like, Avarice. Though, again, it is another Calcified Ember. How you doing, Fury? I think the Brain Spike is fairly greedy, but I'm going to do it just because I can. Anyway, so we definitely want Selene Acolyte. Well, we want the Luna Banner, because I'd also be happy with whatever that thing is called. I want to say Moon Caller, but I'm pretty sure that's the wrong one. Is it Priestess? Lunar Priestess. Yeah. The one that makes moon rituals. Anyways, I also wanted to go here, because there are a number of Merchant of Magic things I'd want, but that is unfortunately neither of what I wanted. But Shade Guard's not bad. I'll take a Shade Guard, I guess. Okay, fine. It's not what I wanted, but I will take it. Yeah, I guess that's probably good enough right there. Although I am going to get rid of a Whelp, I guess. I don't know. Definitely not exactly what I was hoping for in a number of ways. Shade Guard's still good. It would just be better if I had better phase control, among other things. Yeah, and you have Titan Skin, so that's not going to kill. So I'm going to just get rid of that and do this, which does end in New Moon, which is what we want. Well, we're going to do that because I really want that. And Calcified Ember, and then luckily we end in New Moon again, which is going well. Yeah, unfortunately I'm not killing you. I could also do this and not end in New Moon, but I would do a lot more damage. I'm going to take a decent amount of damage. Yeah, I'll let it end this way, even if Ardune's not quite as strong. I take 10 damage on the Pyre, but we do kill him in one shot, which is the important part. Okay. Well, a bit late to get the Avarice, but still helpful. Because he does get us a fair amount. Though if I really wanted to, I could have made it so he didn't end in New Moon, so he'd be doing a little less damage, so we'd be killing Legion slower. In fact, I'll just leave it there. But I definitely could have extracted more gold from him if I wanted to. But that's fine. We got a decent amount of gold from that. We did take some damage. Oh well, that happens. Moon Pixie's not bad when we've got Razor Thin. Well, not just Razor Thin Crescent. It's not bad when we're playing Mageblade Ardune. I mean, just all of Ardune has Mageblade. But the point being is, the Conduit is useful, and also with Hierophant, I can potentially protect them, and the more units we have on a floor, the more value out of that we get. Still, I think we're skipping it. I'll skip that, though. Maybe the lava armor would have been okay, and I almost took the lava flow. Okay, kind of want to go here. The healing's okay. There's a chance that we hit Mage Blade equip, which would be very good. I lean towards going here, but I'm mostly looking for Smidge Stone, which feels bad if that's like the only thing I'm looking for. But I'm willing to go for it, because if we find it, it does make my life a lot easier. Okay, done. The ass kicking is a bit self-inflicted since I random old clans that are all underleveled. Yeah, I mean, I think the old clans are in an okay state right now. I do definitely want to see them get changes and improvements, though mostly it's that I want to see cards reworked rather than I think that they need a huge infusion of strength. Though even the clans that are doing really well among the old clans, I think are kind of... they're still kind of wonky. Like, I think they are kind of crutching on certain cards over heavily. Are there a lot of ways to silence your own units, and is it even worth it? It seems like you don't want to do that. There's, like, one way to silence your own units, and I don't know why you would want to, other than one specific situation. I don't think they'll rework old cards. In my opinion, feels like they just put them in because they could. So, like, obviously I can't talk in detail about this because, you know, I am part of the testing team and I can't go into detail about things that I have discussed there. I think it's possible for them to rework the old cards. I think there's definitely probably a hesitance to do that because, A, I'm sure they want to be working on just, like, new content in general. And B, I think there's probably... Oh, you're part of the testing team. Nice. Yeah, I've been pretty open about that, so I've mentioned it several times on stream and on the Discord server. Just because I think it's helpful for me to, like, be upfront about that. Like, it's similar to when you're, like, you know, sponsored. I think it's important for people to know what my involvement in the project is. Obviously, I'm not, like, paid for the work or anything like that. I just am involved because I care about this game and I like having my voice heard and trying to make this game as good as I think it can be. I'm mostly watching silence, pun intended, so didn't know. It's totally fine. Like I said, I just try to be upfront about it is all. But anyways, so yeah, I think there's, you know, they want to be working on new content, I imagine. And then also, I imagine there's a hesitance to, like, rework things at risk of upsetting people who have fond feelings for the old clans. But I think, like, the amount of, like, long-term value that's generated by reworking the old clans and, like, giving, like... There's definitely a lot of room for improvement. Particularly when we have, like, vanilla or almost vanilla units and clans. Like, Awoken, the healing clan, has worse healing than Luna does. And also only has, like, 3 Rejuvenate triggers. Actually, 4 with 1 champion path, though one of those is a rare unit. Like, there's definitely room to, like, put more Rejuvenate triggers in the clan, get rid of, like, rework Husk Hermit so it's not just a basic, like, vanilla creature, basically. Especially when something like Test Subject Alpha exists, which is just Husk Hermit, except basically better in every way. Slightly lower HP, but, like, not a big deal. Especially because Lazarus mostly doesn't care about HP. Anyways, things like that. Animus of Speed is just kind of a bad unit. Particularly now that you can't even use it as, like, infusion material. Point is, there's a lot of, like, things that can be done to make the clans better fit their, like, themes and flavor and power fantasy, and I would like to see that done. Like, at the very least, they need rooms and equipment, but I think there's a good argument to do a lot more than that. Anyways, we're skipping this. I might... If I had more Deployment Ember, I'd be sort of inclined to take Miser here. And it might still be worth doing, but we're just not going to do that. Well, isn't this interesting? I don't think we care about Worthy Sacrifice. If I could use it in deployment phase, that'd be a different story, but I can't. Reanimate 3 is just generically good, although... I was going to say, except we hadn't put a second upgrade here, but that's not true. We just put our second upgrade here, so it would be just free to put there. And Fecundity is cool, except that Shade Guard is a 2-cost unit, and so I'd need 5 Deployment Ember to play it out. Obviously, I don't have to play it only during deployment, but that does make that less appealing, and I don't have, like, another unit I'd rather play it on. So we'll just take the Reanimate. Total misplay. Okay. Well, here we are. I should probably be removing more cards from the deck as well. But we are largely well set up already. Like, he's kind of a beast. Like, we've got a lot of things going for us. Stoat's a hater. You're not wrong. He is, in fact, a big, awful hater. Anyways, we're going to take some damage, but I really just wanted to get the full energy for the Avarice and all that. Okay, we are going to end in New Moon this time, like I should have done last time. Oh, and I actually did mess this up. Don't mind me as I fix this real quick. Because what we should have done is play that out first. So then we get armor on the Bloated Whelp as well. I don't think it's going to matter, particularly since he has Reanimate 3. But still good. I mean, honestly, I should just not be shooting all the things on his floor. It doesn't matter. We're killing them anyways, but it's whatever. It's whatever. Again, we'll be okay. The Shade Guard is getting a lot of free stats every turn. And we're stacking armor on the whole team. Okay, so we can at least kill the backliner there. And Shade Guard is getting us a lot of extra gold. Okay, I do end up taking 1 damage, that's fine. He does have a lot of rage. Much more than I'm truly comfortable with. He is going to lose a little bit in the meantime, though. And we've got 3 Reanimate, which should be more than enough, so... But it isn't great. I will fully admit that. Alright, can't play out the Shield Steward. Ta-da! Alright, he does attack for a lot, but it also doesn't matter. Also, technically, I should have played less Conduit there in case maybe it eked out a little bit of extra gold. Pretty confident it would not have done so. Okay, so, Tome of Contracts does not matter to us. Pyroclasm is a lot of damage. Even if we're not generating, like, a ton of Conduit, it still is a lot of damage. And then there's Silver Ink, which we don't have a ton of things it applies to at the moment, but we do have Phase Blessing, which is pretty cute. Kind of want to take that. It does give another Calcified Ember. I might just take the Pyroclasm, though. I think we're just taking Pyroclasm. I think that's fine. I do really like Magma Cultist. We were skipping these nonetheless. And we are taking, I think, Energy for the moment. Obviously, Draw is also good, but we're doing this. Healing is not unwelcome. There are things I would like to buy, but this is the first chance we've had at Merchant Magic, basically. Could take the Soul Smelter. Should have looked at the Merchant Magic first. I might just take Planetarium. I also haven't mastered it, so it's not like a bad time to take it. It's fine. What I really wanted was like Eclipse Room. But I think Planetarium's okay. We're not like making crazy good use out of it, but don't think I need Battleborn. We're just gonna take this and become an unkillable wall. I mean, like, Dominion will still kill us if he really wants to, but so be it. Yeah, this is fine. I thought about doing Conduit or Spell Chain on the Moon Ritual, but we're not going to worry about that. I will do this, even though I don't really need to. Well, I can't hold over what I was going to hold over. Fuck it. Is it the right choice? Probably not, but we're doing it anyways. We'll just see what happens. Okay, then we get rid of some cards, and we call that good. Alright, fair enough. Here we are. Here we are! Mark of Invasion. Unfortunately, this is the battle with like 1,000 Scourge dudes. Yeah, I don't love this, but I will do it like that, I think. I actually am sort of inclined to set up bottom floor. Yeah, well actually, I'll actually set up bottom floor. Because I worry that just the Scourge dudes get way out of control. Also, I guess I didn't totally need to get rid of the Stewards yet. But that's fine. Well, since we have this, we're doing that. Oh, yeah, slightly wrong ordering. Hello, Glacier, how you doing? Oh, no, never mind. I had this right the first time. I was thinking that I needed to play the Spear Steward out, but for some reason I also thought I had enough energy to do that. Good. Glad to hear it. Okay, so we're gonna kill you so I can get my energy back. Well, we're doing that. Unfortunately, I do take damage, but, like, I take less damage than if I had leaked those guys, so... Also, unfortunately, I didn't have a Moon Ritual, so we couldn't get him into the right arrangement. Well, we're doing that, and I continue taking some damage, sadly, but... This is why I thought about... Oh god, I am actually taking a lot of damage from them. Oh god, this is awful. Didn't realize I wasn't killing him if I do that. Apparently a 5-ish week old kitten has adopted our cat. It's been living outside for the last 2 days that we know of. Fair enough. Yeah, we're doing that. God, the problem... I really didn't want these guys to survive, though. But it is what it is, and I continue taking damage. I've taken so much damage, but... Oh my god. If I don't... Okay. So we're gonna do this, because I can kill those guys. And either way, I'm basically just killing a couple of these guys. Alright, well, that's not great. Yeah, unfortunately the sap really cuts into my strength. And then this shit happens. Hello! Thanks for the follow. What do I recognize the name Tamerlane the Great from? What is that from? Either way, we have to retry this battle, because this is not gonna work. Kim Killer? Okay, that was my guess, but I couldn't place exactly, and I wasn't sure if I had something else in mind. Is Tamerlane the one with the cloak of many colors, or no particular color, whatever that is? Yeah, this battle's bad. He was the lore bard. Gotcha. Okay, so maybe we just accept taking the damage from these guys. The problem is I don't love it. And if I don't set up on, like, lower floors, then I really struggle with the everything. Let's try doing this. The problem is I really wish that I could just, like, absorb the corruption better. Because, like, I could play you out to do that, but that doesn't really work. So you're doing 12 damage on the attack. He's currently got 8, so I could bring it up to 11. So he could absorb all the attacks. I think we'll just leave it there. The problem is I don't get to play the Pyroclasm this way. And this battle quickly gets really awful real quick. Yeah, that ain't going great. Don't know why I played you there. Yeah. Yeah, this is a really bad trial for us. Mostly, it's that these guys are the worst things. I just really hate that this battle is so many back-to-back-to-back, like, Scourge dudes. I think it's just a little excessive. Also, that's a lot of corruption. Like, I do think I probably need the Pyroclasm turn 1. Yeah, but you're going to kill me at this rate. I think you were going to kill me before anyways. Alright, let's try it one more time. I don't know that we can survive this because of the choices I've made. Specifically, we really needed to not take the Well, we need to either not take the trial, or we need to have not drawn the Pyroclasm in turn 1, or to have slightly more energy for it. There's also maybe a world where I don't play either the Shade Guard or Ardoon immediately, and I could maybe make that work too, but that's pretty awkward. Well, we'll see what happens. Yeah, I wish I could turn you to full moon right here. Or not full moon, but to new moon. Goodbye my health. But the main concern is just getting to explode these guys at each and every turn. Yeah, I will do that right now. We'll do that, and we'll do this just for the extra armor. There's 2 waves remaining. It's a lot of sap, but I think it's maybe worth doing. Like, again, I get a lot of sap, but it will dramatically reduce the situation with Ajax. Not enough, unfortunately. You bastard. Because he does still sap my backline, and unfortunately, I probably got too much sap on the Shade Guard. Because now just like Ardoon is the only one doing damage, and he's doing it pretty slowly. Because, like, I get fully disabled pretty quickly there. It's like, I can do that. I technically could have done slightly more damage, but that's just not quite close enough. It's close, but it's not close enough. So, alternatively, what would it look like if we did that? Well, we draw Ardoon at the wrong time, that's for sure. Yeah, okay. Oh, I forgot that I can't play the Pyroclasm if I do that. Which is kind of the whole point. Okay. Yep, once again, always wish that I had more Ember than I do. And you are going to get some corruption here. No, you won't. No, you do. Okay. I did it right the first time. I can math. Trust in that. Maybe would have been better to math slightly differently, but hey. Yeah, it'd be nice if those cost less than they do, but hey. Well, I need to leave it in New Moon because I need him to keep scaling. Though unfortunately, this is not great in a number of ways. But, hey, here we are. There we go. I knew it was possible. Alright, well, that was really awkward. Like, there were so many, like, minor things that would have helped us tremendously. Like, not taking the trial, or if we had just had, if the Pyroclasm cost 1 less, or just something. Something. It was just really awkward for us. Well, I do want Eclipse Chamber. So I think we're taking Eclipse Chamber. And then we're going to skip on these. Though it does mean that the Planetarium that I got is now kind of worthless, but that's fine. But all that sweet, sweet trial gold. And you have dragons. It was fate. Yeah, well, here we are. Well, we could take Inferno Room, which always feels cheesy. Like, I admittedly want to see Inferno Room either get removed from the game or be made much rarer than it is. Same with the Zone of Silence. I think it's just too good at what it currently does. Which is to say, there's a lot of, like, low health, high impact things in the game, and being able to just, like, put Inferno Room on floor 1 to wipe out a lot of those things honestly feels a little, like, just bad to me that is such a good strategy so often. I think I ranted about this last week, but essentially just, like, I want cards, particularly rare cards, to be good in certain niches. I really dislike something that is just always generally good. And particularly with Inferno Room being an ongoing effect. Like, if it were straight up Inferno, where it just, like, does damage to the whole floor for a mana cost, I wouldn't mind it so much, because, you know, you have to draw it on the right turn, so you still have to, like, spend Ember on it, yada, yada, yada. But, like, this just being a set it down on bottom floor, fire and forget, just, like, take care of all your problems, I really don't like that. How cool would it be if Champ his silence bonus would still work on him if he was silenced, basically counting as a silence unit for Ardoon, because he is the silent archetype champion. Like, I mean, there's not that many sources of silence in the game. Like, it'd be kind of cute, but I overall don't think it would matter all that much. Anyways, I do think it's probably good for me to take Inferno Room. I don't really want to, and I think I will skip on it. I was thinking if a friendly unit is on the floor, claws to Inferno Room. Like, that would be awkward, but I would appreciate that a lot more, because then you'd actually have to be, like, investing in it to use it. But then I thought of Troop. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of ways to break it. You can also do it with just, like, reforming units in Hellhorned, or even just, like, having any Endless unit, because it fires at the start of combat, so you don't need a unit that's going to survive the enemy. You just need any unit on the floor. So, like, any Endless unit would work, you know, spawning a troop would work, doing, like, a reformed unit would work. But, like, again, at least then there'd be something you were doing to make Inferno Room work. But yeah, I just don't love it. I really would like it to be way rarer. Because I think this would be an okay effect if you saw it, like, once every 20 games, as opposed to, like, once every 2 games. Like, big difference. But currently the pool is just not that large, so even being a rare thing and being neutral, it's only accessible from the Merchant of Arms, you still see it quite often. Anyways, all that aside, I don't think I want to make this deployable, because I think I'm just still not going to have the energy to play it in deployment. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just skip those. So I did want Selene Acolyte earlier, and it is still quite good, but we're not taking it now. What we're doing is we're duping Shade Guard. And then we're going to remove cards, because that would also help my general game plan. And we should be in pretty good shape for the most part. I think probably we're better served setting up on a lower floor, but we are going to try setting up top floor anyways. Okay. Well, that is basically what we wanted to draw, other than didn't really want to get the Pyroclasm right now, but that's fine. Maybe should have done the back one, but I think this is okay. Yeah, it's kind of a waste of that. That's okay. I just want him there stacking up armor. Because we get a lot of value for just having him there. Excuse me. Unfortunately, I can't get the collector. Oh well, so be it. Well, I get sapped. Alright, we'll take the small bit of pyre damage. And I'll do that, I guess. I don't know. It's not ideal, because I am still low-ish, but it is what it is. So yeah, realistically, what we actually want to do is we want to shoot there so we can try to avoid some of the sapping. Also, the more things that I kill, the less I get to Avarice. It's not the end of the world, but it's still nice to avoid. Anyways, whatever. We take damage, so be it. We have a small bit of corruption on our dude. It's not a big deal. Yeah, our Dune is doing not a lot of damage. I realistically should have him... Like, he's doing okay damage, but the Shade Guards are just way better now. Like, no great surprise. That is kind of what they're supposed to do. Anyways, we do get a fair bit of extra gold here, thanks to our sweet, sweet Avarice and his 20 extra lives. And, yeah, we're pretty good now. Pretty good. Heaven Fall is cute. I don't think we need it, though it is... Also, I would like to use Aurora Weaver at some point, but we're not taking it here. Heaven Fall would be helpful against Dominion, kind of. But I'm just going to skip it. Could take another Brain Spike. I'm just going to skip that. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go here. Does not matter. Sure. I'll do this. Could just do the 2 conduit. You know what? It's a little silly, but I got money for it. I should use that money elsewhere, but I'm doing it anyways. We're making you less expensive, so I can at least play things out a little better. And then we'll just spell chain this, I think. Yeah. Could have used my gold a little better. It's fine. It works. Everything's fine. Yeah, the lifesteal should not be too bad for us. Like, we should be able to handle that. And at least, unlike the Spikes one, this one does not increase their HP. That is part of what makes the Spikes one so awful. It's just not great. Okay. I'm just gonna do that. How do you change the moon phase? So moon phase changes at the beginning of every turn, but then also there are a number of spells that will let you do it. Well, whatever. But yeah, so it naturally changes, but there's also a number of ways to do it as well. Okay, you have a lot of attack. Yeah, this is the problem with letting them get to the top floor with a bunch of attack. I was hoping to redraw the Pyroclasm soon, because I have largely done this to myself. Yeah, you do actually kill me if I end turn here. Okay, can't do that. We do just have to use the Pyroclasm. I thought that was likely the case, because that's why I was willing to set up top in the first place. I was going to be using the Pyroclasm, but then I let my greed get to me. Like, truly, undeniably, that's exactly what happened. Hey Sal, nice army of tiny big guys. How you doing, Hearts? Yeah, we'll just do that. Because, yeah, like, so long as I'm shooting all of those dead every turn, not a big deal. Like, you know, some of them are still tanky and all that, but they're dramatically less dangerous, which is the main concern. Yeah, whatever. We'll shoot you there, get a little bit more armor. Also kind of spaced out that the Shade Guards are silent units, and so they do get the armor twice. It's weird that he does that, because like the silent units are already like the tankier units, and I don't know, it's just like weirdly not relevant most of the time. So I technically should have shot the other guy because he had lower health and makes for a better target for the explosion, but not a big deal. Do we love Moon Ritual? I definitely like it here, right here and now. I mean, it's less relevant now since I have Eclipse Room, because Eclipse Room is pretty good. But, you know, it's still nice. Unfortunately, I do take some Pyre damage here. But whatever. Pyroclasm is doing good work for us. Though again, if we had Inferno Room would basically be doing the same thing, except we wouldn't have to spend energy on it every turn. Which is why it is so weird that Inferno Room is allowed to exist in its current state. Alright, it's pretty late for this, but we'll still get a little bit of Avarice going. I could have had it going earlier for, like, 4 Avarice, I think. Which probably would have been better, but here we are. Oh, I can also play you. Oh. I guess we'll keep you alive, since I can give a fair bit of armor there. I would have done the Bloody Moon had I thought about it, but I didn't think about it, so here we are. Not that it matters. We have the victory quite easily here. Like, so long as we're killing Chaos Morsels each turn, this is not a hard fight for the most part. Occasionally there were still enemies who could do a lot of damage, because Kale can also buff them, but for the most part we were pretty solid. Could do Silver Ink, don't think we really need it. Tidal Turning is nice, but I don't think we need that either. We'll just skip that. I think we're doing Draw, even though the extra Ember would be still useful. But we're going to do this. We're going to have a couple awkward times, but I think this is the way to be. So I do want to dupe, but I also think we need to heal because the Titan fight is dumb. And that's just life. So I think that's what we're doing. It's either that or we go here for the dupe now and we heal here. Which actually I might like better. But I think I just like the Merchant of Magic more. Yeah, that's fine. I'm still a bit low on HP, but whatever. What are you gonna do? Also, I should have looked at the event first. Cursed Dragon Staff is cool, but I don't think it's cool for us right here. It works way better with Pyrogel. Okay. So we could mute bosses for 3 turns. Though that does prevent Dominion from generating the Pyrolite in the Titan fight, which is annoying. Still may be worth doing. Perkio is okay, but a bit late for us. And we don't need Gross Michelle. I'll take this, and that's fine. It'll slow us down the Titans a little bit, but we also just burn less HP at the beginning of the fight. And so I think it overall works out for the best. That's not what I meant to do. Void Armament's cute. We're not going to bother with it. I just meant to remove cards. I totally spaced out and clicked the wrong button. Well, that was a waste of gold. So be it. Ooh. Well, this is not good for us. Because I do lose a lot of health on this battle. But I have to be killing these guys, because if I don't kill these guys, they do just murder me wholly and completely. So they do a lot of damage. Unfortunately, they also are going to do some damage to me. Not really anything I can do to avoid that at this point. So it is what it is. Now, like, they're gonna burn through a lot of HP, but so be it, I guess. Well, that's not great. See, this is why I was considering getting another Shade Guard before this fight. I don't really need to do that, but that's fine. Whoops, well, it might be suitable to heal after this fight, which feels bad. Again, really hate that the Titan fight is basically just an HP check. Really not my favorite thing. Actually, let's try this slightly differently. Unfortunately, my Shade Guards are just not quite fast enough at their job, because I don't have any outside scaling for them, which is a problem. Okay, so you die on the third hit right here, which is fine. And then we'll just reduce that a little bit, I guess. Ow. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I just take too much damage from these guys. Yeah, I don't know that there's a way for me to survive this. I was worried about this taking the trial. Like, I take so much damage from those guys, but like my Shade Guards don't scale up very quickly, and I do have to kill these guys turn one. Because if I don't, then I die. And that's not acceptable. But yeah, I probably lose on this fight. Because in some combination, it's just not good enough. Especially since I don't have Eclipse Chamber right from the beginning. Which I knew this was a possible. Well... yeah, because like, without a spell strong enough to kill the amalgams, or what am I trying to say? Like Eclipse Chamber, not Eclipse Chamber, Zone of Silence. If I had to take Zone of Silence, that would work obviously as well, but I do not. Yeah, I need to be a lot stronger than I am, unfortunately. Okay, well, I do kill you, but I do also take a lot of damage still. Yeah, that's just not acceptable. Leaking that first guy is just too bad for me. But then, like, this wave just kind of murders me if I don't do that anyways. Yeah, this is the problem with this fight. Like, I could have played Bloody Moon first, but it doesn't really matter. Because if I'm not killing these guys here, then we're ruined. I think the amalgams just kind of murder me across the fight, no matter what. We'll try it top floor one more time, but I think there's just no way through it for me. I think I just don't have enough raw damage to do it. Oh, yeah, because, again, my attack scaling is not great, especially because I don't have Eclipse Chamber on turn 1, which is not ideal. And taking every amalgam hit is real rough. Should have played you out first if I was going to do this, but hey. Almost kill you. Well, I wish I could have played the Pyroclasm on one of these guys this turn, but it's not enough to kill these guys if I don't do that. Yo, how's the jankening? Well, we're about to lose, so not great. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Just like, yeah, it's fine. We'll just leave it there. Yeah, I didn't have enough raw damage. I probably could have done it. I mean, there's a number of things I could have done that would have helped with that fight, but it's just a rough fight. Because the trial is so deadly. I actually kind of dislike that trial. I don't know. I think it's a bit much that the guys have Spell Shield 2. So, like, if you want to kill them so, like, if it were one floor of 4 dudes and 5 dudes or whatever that had Spell Shield 2, I think that's probably fine. But having 2 floors of Spell Shield 2 is a lot, especially in the battle that also has Twisted Amalgams. And if there were, like, half as many Twisted Amalgams, that's one thing. But to have, you know, like 8 Twisted Amalgams or something across the fight, that's a lot. 2 Spell Shield and Corruption. They don't do Corruption. They just do 12 damage on hit, which is the other part of it. Like, they do a lot of damage, so you can't ignore them. Because, like, the kind of equivalent trial from Monster Train 1 did... God, how much did it do? Well, so there's a couple. Like, the final one was Wilt Wings, which were... I think the base ones are 5 damage on hit, and then they did another 5 on death. Unless I'm remembering that wrong, because the enhanced ones are a lot more, but I'm pretty sure it's 5 and 5. And so if you leak the entire first wave of Wilt Wings, it's 30 damage, which is bad, but it's not 48 damage. And also, they don't have Spell Shield 2, so you can ping them off with spells. I'm thinking of a different challenge of Spawn Alden. Yeah, the one you're thinking of is the 3 health, 3 attack ones that corrupt on death. They don't have Spell Shield, but they're still bad. Like, I do like the trials being more relevant in this game, and if I were playing more seriously, I would not just take every trial all the time forever. But, you know, we're still doing that for the time being, at least. For the time being. If I try to go for, like, max win streak, I would probably stop doing that. But, yeah, I don't know. It's just, like, I like enemies having kind of counterplay, and so it feels like the counterplay to, like, high attack, you know, low health enemies that are immediately at your doorstep should probably be something like, you know, a ping spell or the bloated whelps. And so to have those just nullified as an option, basically, like I have to spend 3 bloated whelps to kill 1 floor of those guys, and there's 2 floors of them. Not really great. Alternatively, at the very least, make Spell Shield not affect abilities, because abilities aren't spells. Like, I think balance-wise, it's probably fine that they affect them right now, but it does still irk me that it's called Spell Shield and it affects abilities too. I know the tooltip says it affects abilities, so it's not like a hidden thing, but it does bother me. I don't know. Lunar Lantern is sort of okay for us just because we do have a Selene unit already, and she does allow us to stay in full moon basically the entire time. On the other hand, Cleansing Water is just kind of universally helpful. Ugh, and Spikes Kale. Again, I really do want Kale to sort of rework so he's not so binary. And my favorite, Seraph of Entropy with the Silencers. I don't know. I might take Lunar Lantern because it is a lot of extra attack if we're just like making a bunch of Lunar Priestesses. Yeah, fine. I don't know. We're doing that. Okay, so we're doing Bloat Matron because it's the only Gilda path I haven't done because we haven't played her like a ton, and every time that I have played her, it hasn't shown up except maybe once and we took something else. So, we're doing that. So, Harvest, apply Pyrogel 2 to enemy units, and Whelps cost -1 energy on this floor. So, play Whelps, get Whelps killed, profit, enjoy. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Yeah, I guess we'll just do it like this and this, so Gilda can preserve a little bit of HP, so we get a little bit more Pyrogel there. You're still taking a hit, oh well. Assuming Endless on Whelps would be good for this. Yes, that is part of the plan. Okay, so you're gonna go there and explode some problems. You're going to go here, and we're going to explode some problems, and then we're going to start the whole conduit situation. We could heal you, we're not going to bother. problem is we're not going to get... Okay, well, we can do this. I should actually probably be saving that whelp for next turn, but it's fine. It is what it is. Yeah, okay, so we'll do it this way, I guess. There are other things I could have done. That's the one I chose to do. It should be fine overall, because his rage is largely ticking down. He does get a little bit of it back, but that's okay. And then he's mostly dead. He took a lot of damage from the Pyre Gel. He's not in great shape here. And now the Selene Acolyte is even stronger. Not Selene Acolyte, Lunar Priestess. And then they're dead. Pretty solid. Golden Touch is okay. I don't know that we need it. Kind of want it. Ugh. I don't know that we're gonna get like great value out of it though. Okay, we'll do that. We'll definitely take the Starstruck here. So, I kind of want Merchant of Magic, but Merchant of Steel would be real nice for us. How's it going, dude? Favorite new clan? It's going okay. Just lost a run because of reasons, but overall, that's fine. Favorite new clan is definitely Under Legion. I have a couple things I want the devs to change about them currently, but for the most part, I think they're in a pretty good state, and they're definitely my favorite in terms of new mechanics, and I think their visual design is really cool too. Particularly Madame Lion's Mane, I think is... she's definitely my favorite of the new champions. I think both for visual design and definitely for mechanics. Lazarus League is also a lot of fun mechanically, even if I don't like their visual design. But I think they do some cool things. I think we should probably... So the problem is, like, if I go to Merchant of Magic and I don't hit, like, Holdover, I'll be a little disappointed. Because, like, I'd like to hold over the Pyre Ball or the Starstruck or the Golden Touch. I lean towards Golden Touch because if we are taking Golden Touch, we want to get Slays, like, this whole point. Like, we want to get a lot of Slays, more to the point. I would like to do Merchant of Steel basically for Endless, but also just to, like, power up the Lunar Priestess. Maneater Lion's Mane is so good. I think she's the worst of Lion's Mane's paths, but she's still okay. I think she's good, but people are maybe overvaluing her. Because she's good in one particular way, basically, is that she nullifies a lot of boss abilities. Which is good, but you could either have a champion that nullifies bosses and largely doesn't help on waves. Like, she does. She can affect one unit per wave, but I don't know. Like, that's not as helpful as a champion that, like, mega buffs all clan synergies, basically, depending on what other path you're doing, or if you're mixing the other two paths. Like, I think there are enough other ways to solve bosses that I'm not too worried about that for the most part, compared to just ensuring that my deck is going to have strong synergy, basically no matter what. And I think that's just better for the most part. Anyways. Yeah, whatever. We're going here. Okay, holdover is what I wanted. Again, it's very good on the other things here, too. We're going to do Golden Touch and go for the Greed, though. -2... We're going to go for the Double Daze, I guess. Hothead's not bad, particularly with Pyre Gel. I think he's worth taking for now, even though I might not use him long term. Could do that. I don't really want to, but I think it's maybe worth the doing right now. Yeah, I'm gonna do it, even though it's gonna piss me off. Having a hard time with the Lazarus League, but having fun with everyone else so far. What's your favorite Pyre so far? I like a lot of the Pyres. Herzl's Horde is probably my favorite overall. But there's a lot of good ones. Guess we're gonna do that and put you up here instead. But yeah, Herzl's Horde is probably my favorite. It's just very useful in a lot of ways. Okay, so now with the Pyre Gel I can kill, and that's good. Pyre Dominion's a lot of fun, but it's really swingy and it's not great with certain like Clane combos. Yeah, I guess we'll kill you to prevent damage, and we get more Pyre Gel on them. But yeah, Dominion's a lot of fun. Fura's Greed, I think, is... well, it is good. It's not like my favorite to use overall, but it is good. Okay, so we're going to do this, and we're going to leave this here, even though she's going to take a little bit of damage, but we want to save this one for next turn. And that's why we have the Hothead, because he just kind of blows them up. Anyways, there's other Pyres I'm probably forgetting, but those are definitely, like, top of the picks for me. Unfortunately, Lunar Priestess is going to die. Yeah, I'm not really well suited to fighting Legion, but he's at least gonna get some Pyre Gel. Always appreciate the insight, dude. Yeah, no worries. I will give a better answer later, probably, when I am less trying to figure out how to kill Legion. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately I have what we in the biz call no damage scaling. Because my only unit that sort of has damage scaling is the Lunar Priestess. And she dies to the spikes real fucking quick. Also, I totally spaced out that I fear his Greed this whole time. Either way, so he's going down to 120, 115. And I think we die, but let's find out. Okay, I do survive. I lose like 30 health. That's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. We survive. That's the important part. Now, do I want Snotty Whelp? I kind of want Dragon's Breath, but Snotty Whelp is sort of interesting for us. But Dragon's Breath is also good. Unfortunately, it does cut into my Ember problems. So maybe I don't care that much about it. So here's the deal. Snotty Whelp would just be another target for us to put Endless on, because if it has Endless, then we can play it every turn. We can use it to, we can use its ability right off the bat, because its ability is always refreshed when it dies and is replayed, because it's essentially coming down as a new unit. So it can always then be applying the Pyre Gel, which is kind of cute. I think that's not that important to me. It is nice, but we're going to take Dragon's Breath. It's just that I am going to struggle to play things. These are not particularly helpful. Eclipse Chamber is a no in this instance, unless I wanted to get other things. We are going to loot Whelp Supply Pyre Gel. We're going to do the armor. I don't know how useful that's actually going to be in practice, but it is intriguing. Dualism is okay. Not really helpful for our current needs. Well, there's the silent unit we would have wanted. We're just gonna take Astrologer. Okay. I probably should have taken the extra attack on the Hothead. I totally spaced that was an option. So what do I want to do here? Kind of wanted to make a bunch of Lunar Priestesses, but I'm not totally convinced by that play anymore. It's kind of nice for a variety of reasons, but I'm not totally sold on it. It's maybe a bad idea in case we get... Ooh. Okay. Wasn't that a thing? Yeah, we're gonna take Dante. It's gonna be a little awkward for me, but here we are. I don't have quick anymore. And I need some way to buff his attack, kind of. Alright, we're still just gonna do that, I guess. My deck is a mess now. That's sort of okay, I guess. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out together. Yeah, I leave a lot of things unplayed here. I did really want the Lunar Priestess to come down, but I didn't want things to die. So here we are. Yeah, I probably should have played you behind, but that's okay. So. Yeah, not amazing, but it's something. Hilda takes a lot of damage still. I do want to keep playing out the Golden Touch, but it's probably better to do this. Yeah, whatever. Technically, I could have given her armor from the Hothead, but she still would have died. And then we do some damage to Archeon, which is concerning. We are not in the right phase for this, sadly. Else, that would be very good. It's kind of like why I really wanted the Lunar Priestess down already. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that I wanted that, but that's one of them for sure. Yeah, the Astrologer's not really doing a lot of work for us up there. I probably should have played down the Lunar Priestess like I'd originally planned on. But here we are. Yeah, she still dies that way. And I take damage there. Yeah, we're in real bad shape. I think I needed to play this differently. So I'm pretty far away from killing you. Among other problems. Because like I can play that out, but then Dante dies here, which is not great. Yada yada yada. Okay, yeah. Let's do this where I don't worry about the Astrologer, because unsurprisingly, if I don't have the Lunar Priestess down, he's pretty terrible for me. Okay. Okay. Look at us go. You gain slightly less armor that way, but so be it. Unfortunately, I do take gobs of damage, but you are going to naturally die, so that's something. Also, I could kill you, which I kind of want to do, but maybe not the best play. I think we'll hit you. You're not dying, but this way you're going to die before you hit top floor. Also, I forgot that it's Pyre Hunter Archeon, so he does attack my floor as well. But, I can do that, which is nice. You're dying, which is important. You're dying. Should have done this in a slightly different order. Okay, you're still dazed. Really wish you were dazed for more. Honestly, not the worst thing I could do. I don't know if that's really the correct thing to do, but hey. Problem is, I don't have a particularly strong deck. I mean, like, Dante will do some solid work if I can, like, get the attacks in. But that's pretty heavily contingent upon a variety of factors. We're just gonna make sure that you're dead now. We would like to reduce other problems. Okay. You are, in fact, sort of one of the ways to do that. Well, you can at least get one attack in on Archeon, which is worth 34 damage, apparently, so that's something. Just barely. Literally doing one more damage than needed. And we survived. Because I would have died if he hit the pyre, so. Barely squeaked out a victory there. Cursed Dragon Staff is not bad. I don't think it's what we want. It's very good with Pyre Gel in general, but it's not really what we want here. Tome of Contracts is good with the Hothead. I actually might do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Some good units that don't matter to me right now. I think we're taking energy now. I would like draw, but we're doing this. The energy definitely helps me in a number of ways. Kind of want things. We're definitely going here because I would like to make some things cost less, and if we can get more holdover, that's also very good for us. It's definitely Bloat Matron 2 because we don't have it yet. I'm gonna bet on that. There we go. And Hothead is cooldown 2, right? Yeah, okay. Could do this. Sort of does what I want it to do. Yeah, I'm gonna do that actually. I'll do that too, I guess. And then we're removing you, and I'm pretty broke. Yeah, we're definitely taking Bloodthirsty Blade. Oh god, it's fucking Kel. I hate Kel. I hate him so much. Now the problem is, do I actually want... we're gonna do it this way, I think. I was gonna do things in a different manner that may work out better later. Well, okay. What I wanted was to put Dante on the same floor as the Hothead, and that might still be the best option, but we're going to do this for now. Okay, so we're killing you, which generates some Pyre Gel, and then we do some damage there, and it's yada 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 yada. You're not dead yet, whatever. And then this actually kills the backliners there. And then we're doing that because there's no reason not to. And then we continue waiting to do things. Okay, so now this has a one-turn cooldown, so we can do it every turn, which is nice. Unfortunately, I still have not drawn the Bloodthirsty Blade, and I don't expect it to be of high value to me in this fight. But I was really hoping to get at least some power off of it. In general, I don't expect it to be great for me. Let's be very clear about that. But I would still like it to do some things for me. Okay. So Dante gets a little stronger. Yeah, it's not enough to get the kill there. Dante's in this game. Hype? Yeah. I mean, like, no great surprise. He was very popular in the first game, so I had no illusions that he was going to come back. I guess we're just doing this. Unfortunately, Dante still not doing great for me. And here's Kel, the worst. So... Also, I think I forgot to be using your skill every turn, which we at least wanted to do because it gives armor every turn. So that was a bit of a mistake on my part. Like, what we really wanted to do was generate a bunch of Pyrogel on him so that we could be doing way more damage here. And unfortunately, we do not. Like, my dudes are very weak in general. And the corruption murders me. Because Kel's super lame. Okay, so you're dazed for several turns. So you'd be dazed for one turn, he dies, you go to the pyre. So we'd get 2 turns of daze on you. We'd be hitting for 80 damage. Not even close, because you kill me in 2 rounds. So let's try this again with the backup plan. And by the backup plan, I mean generally the better plan, and it's fine. The problem is Kel's just the worst, and that is just how it is. Okay. So we explode some backliners. And do I want... Yeah, I guess we'll do that there. Oh, I did forget that I needed to be doing this earlier, which was the whole point. But, fine. Okay, I'm actually just gonna save this whelp here. And I guess just play you there to get killed. I don't know. Here we are. Unfortunately, Dante doesn't have anything to kill. Oh well, that's not really the main point. The point is everything else. Oh, super want that for next turn, but here we are. I got carried away. And then you were trying to build up a little bit of armor. Unfortunately, that little bit of armor, not a lot bit of armor, and you are the worst. Okay, so. Oh, you have to have a target? God, I didn't realize you had to have something on the floor to shoot. That's annoying. Because I really wanted to just be using your ability every single turn to generate some armor. which is not as helpful when I can't actually do that. God, I've done, like, no damage to you. Ugh. Yeah, I don't do real damage. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, it has very diminishing returns as the corruption builds up. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work either. The problem is I don't know that I have any way to make this work, because Kel, I just really dislike Kel. Like, that might have been enough. I don't think it was, though. Not with me having so low HP. The problem is I don't have attack scaling, and I don't really have defense scaling. Alright, time for drastic measures. Oh, yeah, fine, whatever, I guess. Well, here we are. Okay. Give me armor. More armor. No, that does no damage to him, unsurprisingly, but fine. Oh, and you are cooldown still? Fine. Good to know. Alright, we do a little bit of damage here. Unfortunately, the hothead doesn't kill the backliners. Whatever, he's in bad shape. He's not really the main focus of our squad, though. Which I can't protect any better here, but I can kill. You're going to die, whatever. It is what it is. And you do gain a little bit of slay power. Oh, I'm doing like no damage because we have no Pyre Gel on you, and you have a bunch of Titan Skin. Great. Well, let's daze you a bit and just reduce that problem. Also, I probably used up all my bloated whelps, didn't I? I really didn't mean to do. I meant to save one of them. Because without it, I sort of have a problem. Because I need to get Pyre Gel on Kel, otherwise he kills me. Like, I can do this. Unfortunately, I can't daze you. But yeah, I meant to save a whelp for this exact reason. Oh, that's real bad. Yeah, unsurprisingly, I do even less damage here. Yeah. Don't think that's gonna work. I'll try it one more time, even though we should just let this run die. I don't know. I'm not playing particularly well tonight. Well, you'll go there. So the astrologer is basically dead by He is, basically. I guess I could have played the Moon Pixie first. Let's do that. But yeah, the... Kel's Corruption does just ruin any low health unit, which is just not ideal. I don't love it, but so be it. Could do that. I think that's good enough, and we do this here so that you can generate a little bit more armor. Oops, and I meant to play out the Brain Steward and I spaced out. Oh well. Okay. More armor and kill the backliner. You block. Oh, did I once again kill all the whelps without realizing it? I definitely did. Whoops. Well, take a bunch of damage from that. Oh well. Yeah, the whole point is getting some Pyre Gel on you. If we don't get Pyre Gel on you, it works a lot less well. I mean, none of this matters. I'm pretty confident we're dead. Because the daze wears out since Gilda isn't dead. Yeah, like I need way more Pyre Gel on you, and like I could get like 4 more Pyre Gel on you, maybe even 8, but I don't think that's enough to matter. Not when my whole team just kind of gets murdered by the corruption. Yeah, like that's fine. We'll let it die. I guess there's one other way to maybe make it work, which is to just leave playing Dante until after Kel has shown up, but that is probably not going to work either. Whatever. We'll let it die. Kel's awful. By far my least favorite of the mini-bosses. Like, he's just not great. Anyways, here we go. Let's try not to lose a run. Okay, so we got Lion's Mane for the first time in a while. I still need to get Man-Eater in the logbook, so we're playing Man-Eater if we see it, I guess. Loam Code is good, although we don't necessarily need 2 of them. Overworked Assistant's good. Test Subject Alpha's good. Well, those are both interesting. I'm pretty confident we're taking Vola's right now, because I don't have anything that works well with tuning with Split Anvil, and Vola's makes it much easier for us to play like the Loam Coat. Well, we still don't have Man-Eater. What do I want here? Do I want Incant Spawn? I am Dante-less. Yeah, sadly. We have not been off to a great start tonight, but that's fine. I do like the game being challenging. I just also wish that Kel wasn't so awful. And I probably should have prioritized going to like Merchant of Arms looking for some sort of attack scaling on the last couple runs. But I didn't. Going spawn. So I'm debating right here. I think we're doing the Incant spawn. For a couple of reasons. Number one, we have the best Incant card if we want it. Number two, we can equip a Loam Coat to them. Number three, I don't have anything directly that works with Decay. Obviously, I could get things that work with Decay, and she already does Decay all on her own. But, like, I could also just take one rank of this and then, like, 2 ranks of whatever else if I'm not actually using consume cards. Because that's the only thing that changes with the higher ranks of this. So if I don't care about the edge, I can just take a single rank now and either get more Decay, or I can get rank 2 of Man-Eating. It wouldn't be rank 3 for the logbook, but still might want to do it. Yeah, and I don't think rank 2 gets mute. I think it's only rank 3, but I don't remember for sure offhand. Either way, we're doing Incant spawn. We'll figure out what we're doing with that in a moment. It should be okay for us overall. Yeah, I did not draw the overworked assistant, but that's okay. We're just going to do that now, so he'll start propagating the rage and the regen, especially because the regen will help overcome the spikes damage he's taking. Which is fine. Yeah, we'll do the unstable here. Don't have anywhere to play him out. No surprise. It is what it is. Yeah, we'll just take the sap here. Not too worried about it. Maybe I should be a little more worried about it, but we should be okay. Like, he has some amount of decay on him. He's losing over half his life. Unfortunately, I don't have, like, crazy relentless power here, and I can't use the overworked assistant, sadly, but that's okay. Well, I was hoping for damage shield there, but fine. And then we could have propagated the damage shield. That's okay. Like, we should still be in good shape, just the raw HP is all I need here. Also, it bothers me that the infusions don't get the mastery frame when they absolutely should. Doesn't matter. He's dead. Not too bad for us. Rot is pretty okay. Cheery Death Cap is not applicable to our current needs. I'll take Rot, I guess. Twisted Assistant is a maybe. If we're making a giant fungi stack, we could give it Trample and Rage on hit, which is cute, but I don't think we care about that. I think we're taking a Horrify. Turns out dazing enemies is good, particularly with the existence of the Titan fight. I might just go for Merchant of Magic. Yeah, we'll do that. I'm gonna take Meat Hook. Could do that. I think what we want is double stack there. Yeah, I'm willing to do this. The problem is I would like to remove Consume on it, and I can't afford that if I reroll. So we're not going to worry about that. But here we are. The minus Ember doesn't hurt us too badly, especially now that I... what am I trying to say? Now that I minus cost the Rot. I'll put that there. We're going to hold on to the Infusion for the moment. Okay, Reanimate is the thing that we wanted. We want you dead for sure. And I guess we're horrifying you to make more things, and because I didn't want to horrify there. Because then he would have attacked into the collector, and we were already taking care of that. Yeah, we'll wait on that, I guess. I was hoping to get the Loam Coat by now. Well, not ideal, but it is fine. Also, I should probably be taking more damage from the Vengeful Shards. I've been neglecting that. Unfortunately, I have no way to buff your damage, but oh well. It ends up not mattering, because I mostly just need you to wait long enough for the Decay to work. Which is why we took Rot. Like, it's a pretty okay card in general, but especially against early bosses, the like, just big burst of Decay does a ton of work for us. Could take Spawning Pods. Yeah, I'll take Spawning Pods. Do I want Explosive Reaction? It's good. It'll be spawn 8 with Edge. Yes, if I go that far into that path, which I might not, with the way things are shaping up. But yes, it would be a lot of Edge. Do I care about Explosive Reaction? I'm gonna skip, though it is generally pretty okay. We're going here. Okay. Except I did kind of want to re-roll that, and I don't have cash to do so. Pincushion is cool, but is absolutely not worth it for us right now. Well, isn't that interesting? Isn't that something? Okay, so we've got a couple options. Option number one is just copy the Rot 5 times, which is pretty okay. It gives us a lot of Rot. It is pretty fine. It works well if we want to do edge things. Option number two is we do the Horrify, and then we can just fucking absolutely super daze any boss, which is kind of cute. It's already a lot of daze. but it could be a lot more days. Option 3 is we do this so that we have even better incanting. The problem is, like, I don't super have anything to, like, convert the incants into right now, but I think we're still taking this. Fuck it. We're doing it. Is it the best? No. Not with what we're currently doing, but it doesn't have to be the best. If I can get the overworked assistant on time, it would be a lot better. But here we are. Okay, we're gonna do things a little differently here. Alright, so you're already dazed for 3 turns, which is not bad. And then you're gonna get that. Yeah, okay, we'll do it like this. And then you're propagating rage and damage shields. And now we have the overworked assistant. Who does make fairly good use of the whole incant situation. Unfortunately, I do really want reanimate, but we're working on it. Okay, now the question is, do I bother saving you or not? Could also be working on killing this guy. I could also give you the spikes and reanimate and all that. Not fuck it. Let's do it, even though I should probably be working on saving the overworked assistant. But this is cute. And you get dazed, and then... And then we get green, and reanimate. And now you can start propagating reanimate too. And now we're killing both of those guys, and I could make my foam guy stack higher, but we're gonna do that. I actually probably should have killed the backliner here. Doesn't really matter. We're in pretty solid shape overall. We're gonna get rid of that because we can. Okay. Have some sap. It doesn't really matter. We're just playing out every one of them individually because it's more incants for us. And that directly correlates to more damage at the moment. He did run out of damage shields, which is not that big a deal, especially because he's also building up reanimate now. I think we'll be okay. I mean, like, reanimate on the fungi, not the most impressive thing, obviously. Since as they die... Like, as they take damage, the stack goes down. So, like, yeah, you can keep him alive, but he won't be the same, like, 200 attack unit. Although he does have a fair bit of rage on. Either way, doesn't matter. We're doing this just for the sake of it. Because we can. As poor Archeon's attack dwindles. I could also just be playing these as one giant infuse, which would also be pretty solid. Because it would. But that's okay. He does very little damage. He attacks in spikes. he gets bopped by a big giant pile of mushrooms, and he's pretty dead. Double-Edged Bearer is sort of cute with the fungi stack, although we probably don't want to do that because we have the Loam Coat. I don't think we need that. Apply Decay equal to Sap. Do I care? Kind of. Unearthed Treasure also lets us do more etch things, which is kind of cute. But I'm not sure I totally care about that right now. Not really applying Sap. I just want something a little more reliable than what I am doing. Don't want Unearthed Treasure. I'm gonna not. Well, it's an unhelpful time for a Reforming Ooze, though I could still maybe make it work. I don't think we should take it, but I'll be clear, I do want to take it. I think Moral Mistress is the correct choice for us, though if that's the take, then I should have done the Unearthed Treasure, and this is why I was hemming and hawing over it for so long, because I wasn't sure if I was going to get Moral Mistress. Kind of just wanted to force the Reforming Ooze, though I know that's the wrong play. Yeah, it's really not the run for that. I think we should probably do Moral Mistress, though I'm really not set up for it. It's just that I need some better source of damage. That's what I was trying to do. There is one more Under Legion banner, which is something. Also, like, I could pivot to using the test subject alpha better. Like, as long as I'm building up, like, a big rage infusion, that can also sort of work. Yeah, we'll greedily skip that, and then we're gonna go with draw. I probably should go here. Yeah, fine. So I could do Maneater, which is fine. The problem is I don't super care about Maneater, and I definitely wanted Spore Singer here if I was going to pivot. Especially because I don't remember if Maneater 2 gets Etch, or not Etch, Daze, Mute. Mute's the word I'm looking for. I don't think it matters. I'm just gonna take it anyways. That's fine. Fight Club is okay. We're not gonna worry about it. So we could do that. Don't think that matters to me. Maneater does get Mute at level 2, I think. Fair enough. Okay. I didn't realize that I was there. Okay, well, it's not ideal, but you're getting Reanimate 2. Mute 2 at level 3. I knew it got Mute 2 at level 3. I just wasn't sure if it got any at level 2. Alright, well, I've made some choices. That's fine. We'll make this work. We'll make this work. It's everybody's fucking favorite. It's Kel. Truly the greatest of all mankind. He's so big! Alright, well, we did draw the Overworked Assistant, which I did want. Well, I guess we'll give you a little bit of rage to do. I cannot play you out. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't really need to be hunting for a reanimate at this point. I mean, it's still useful, but it's not as important. There's no reason not to play her ability, since we can use it every turn. Alright, now you're dying. And I still gain more reanimate than I lose every turn. Which is pretty okay for us. I guess we're going to give you some buffs too to start propagating. Yeah, we'll build up your red potion a little bit. Okay, because Test Subject Alpha wipes all the low health dudes, so we're not going to be losing that many anything, really. Yeah, Vola's was a good pickup for us. This is definitely the case. Anyways, him being sapped means that he doesn't lose any... What am I trying to say? We don't lose any fungi stacks. That's all I'm trying to say. Do I care about this? Sure. Start getting some spikes, I guess. Anyways, we are in overall good shape. Yeah, you're dying. Who cares? You are not the major thing we care about right here. Alright, goddamn Kel. All my homies hate Kel. Well, Lion's Mane's going to die, but that's not a big deal. We should kill Kel pretty easily right here. And we're gonna do this. It doesn't really change anything. He's dead either way. Just really hate how Kel affects the entire floor on entry. He also just has irritating waves, but it's mostly the affects the entire floor upon entry, which is really shit. Anyways, we're doing this just for the sake of it. Just for my own personal satisfaction. And, like, if it was 1 corruption on entry, that would be at least less annoying. But it's like, 5 is a pretty meaningful amount. Anyways, I give people a bunch of corruption. It doesn't matter. We got 9 reanimate. We got 13 damage shields. He's dazed for 2 turns. And we're going to murder him real quick. Since each of my units is doing 200-some damage each round. Much better than last run. Yeah, I'll take Grow Room. That's fine. Don't need Insatiable Hunger. I think it's generally not great. Puffer Flash, kind of cute, but not applicable to our needs. Okay. I think we're just going here. I don't think we really need the Merchant of Arms. Like, I could make the Grow Room deployable, I guess, but don't think that's of huge concern at the moment. So let's do this. Yeah, I'll take a squad leader. It's not really necessary, and it's not even that great for me because I'm not generating nearly as many troops as I could be, but it's cute. Well, we'll give you Spell Chain as well. Whatever, we'll do that. Do I think it's necessary? No, not really. Am I getting carried away with my own power? Yeah, a little bit. Definitely the case. So we're going to get rid of some Spore Touches, both because they just don't really matter to me, and because they make it so I can draw into the Overworked Assistant faster. Yeah, here we are. The Reanimate is not ideal for me, but so be it. Yeah, I do need to get rid of those. Alright, well, we'll start building up a nice, beautiful infusion for you. I wanted more rage, and that's the one they keep not giving me. Kind of like the 5 damage shield's nice, don't get me wrong, but I really wanted rage for the fungi. It's not that big a deal because they are still getting stronger every turn. It's just, it would have been nicer. Okay, so I am still getting the kill here. Okay, we would also like to get spikes. Just because it's nice and because it starts propagating that too. I actually wanted the spikes more. That's fine. Here we go. Enjoy, and then we may as well sap you as well, because why not? It's jank, nice things don't come to you. That's not entirely true. Unfortunately, I really don't love you. But... well, time to get sapped, unfortunately. But it is just generally useful for me to do this anyways. And the fungi, which is like the one attacking unit, is largely unaffected, kind of, in that we're generating enough like fungi to mitigate the problem. Also, I forgot that you need more regen or reanimate. Definitely was not paying attention to that. Well, that's unfortunate. Not the end of the world, but certainly not great. Whatever. Yeah, there's no way I'm drawing around to you again, so I'll just do that and call that good. Sure, you can have a lone coat. Why not? Okay, You don't get to attack. That's fine. We just keep building up a big, beautiful potion. Lies. Nice things come to those who jank. That's more like it. Whatever, we'll just do that. You know what? Whatever. He was only surviving because of the reanimate, basically. I don't really need to be playing out all the things. Okay. Well, it would be nice to daze you on the appropriate floor, but okay. More sap. Yeah, my poor backliners are just chilling here with, you know, a casual 45 sap. But that's okay. Probably saw this, but I saw a screenshot in the Shiny Suit Discord of a 500 plus stack of troop. I actually didn't see that, but I have also just done that. I actually maybe have done that on stream already. I don't remember. I've definitely done it in my own time. We also did, whoops, I forgot that we don't have the overworked assistant anymore. We also did 9,999 spikes and reanimate. That happened as well. So, that one was definitely on stream. I think there was also a regen. I know there was a third buff, and I think regen was the last one. It must have been. It's had a really fun Under Legion deck, spamming consume mushroom spawners on a spell room. Yeah. Under Legion's a lot of fun. I like them quite a bit. We don't really need Mushy Room. I might take Pox just for the sake of it. I don't think we really need it, though. Actually, Pandemic is kind of cute. Though, again, would have been, like, a card to do if I were doing the etch things that I should have built this deck into. Fuck it. We're taking Pandemic. We've got plenty of energy to play it. It's not bad. It's whatever. Acid Shower's not bad, but I'm not going to care about it right here. I'm currently on a really high win streak for me at 8. Yeah, I think the highest I've done on stream so far was 7. It's right there on screen. Yeah. So far it's 7 versus Titans. Which is fine. It's not like amazing, but it'll get higher later. I took the most broken artifact ever to get me a Titan win tonight. I would have been sad if I got shut out. Which artifact? Anyways, we probably still want Merchant of Steel here. The removals are nice. I don't know what I would dupe. There's, you know, some things to dupe, but getting like Dualism here would be fine. I don't know. There are some good artifacts I could get. I'm still not heavily in the habit of going to Merchants of Trinkets in this game, even though it is more valuable, because with the changes to Trials, you get a lot more gold, and you don't get any, like, artifacts from Trials. Also, there are no, like, shard nodes that give artifacts like there were in Monster Rain 1 with the DLC. So anyways, if you're not buying them specifically, you do see quite a few less artifacts, and I should probably value that more than I do. Founding Seal, i.e. instant win, it is quite good. Are the Titan Train Hearts more powerful than the normal ones, or just different? They are just different. Some people will tell you that Dominion is super cracked, overpowered, busted. I think it is good, but especially if you are playing for, like, streaks, and especially if you're doing a random streaks, it is not as consistent. There are some clan combos in particular that really suffer by not having their starter cards. Like, Fel is a lot worse without her starter cards. Still workable, but a lot worse. And Grail in particular is way worse without his erratic assistance. You can still do it, but it's just not as consistently useful. But it's good. Savagery is cute, but like it's low health, really struggles at certain points in the game, particularly against the Titans. Just having a lot less health is important. And its ability is fine. It can really pop off sometimes, but a lot of decks are not going to care too much about like the Slay attack. Particularly again if you're like randoming into it. If you're like planning ahead for it, it's a lot better. But for instance, like playing an Underlegion deck, most of the time you're not gonna care that much if your units are getting Slay +1 attack, because you're mostly going to be doing damage via abilities and spells and all that. And then I absolutely hate Entropy with an undying furious passion, but it power-wise is okay. There's like one high-level player who will tell you that it is the best Pyre Heart. Everyone else is probably going to tell you it's okay, though annoying to use. Sweepers love Savagery. Yes, basically it's if you start with a Sweeper, particularly Test Subject Alpha, turns out Savagery can be quite good, and if you don't, it's a lot less good. Like, it's fine, but could do that. I don't think that matters to me a ton. It's kind of cute though, but I don't think it's worth the gold. Let's do that. That's not really what I wanted. It's not what I wanted. Okay, well, that's fine. Let's put some of this gold to work. I don't like totally need 2 loam coats, but it's still decent having them. The Spore Touches are fine. They really don't matter to us. And overall, they're on the weaker side for starting cards. If they were at least enough damage to kill, like, later... that's not great. Okay. That's fine. Anyways, if they were at least enough damage to kill later game backliners in a single turn, they would be better. But as is, they do 6 damage, and like the sweep enemies have 7 HP, and the silence enemy has 8 HP. And so having your starting card not be able to take magic power, not be able to kill them in a single floor on their own, and it doesn't kill until end of turn, like, all that makes it just a lot worse as a card. And for Lion's Mane in particular, I really wish that it could take magic power. Even if it did 0 damage at base, having the ability to take magic power would mean that you could take them +20 and consume, which would then fuel her edge trigger, and also would work better with Moral Mistress. It'd just be a really nice quality of life thing. Anyways, what am I doing here? You're not strong enough to kill the morsels. I think we still want to do that, though. And we'll see how this goes. But there's a good chance that we're able to make this work. Oh, you have 60 HP, though. Nonetheless. Okay, not what I wanted, though. I want rage. I want a lot of rage. An incredible amount of rage. Yeah, we're still quite a ways away. Yeah, they really did not give me as much as I wanted. Yeah, unfortunately. I'm gonna let the Vengeful Shard go. I've been neglecting letting them proc my Pyre. Okay, so we want you there. You can go there to block a little bit. We want that, and then... Okay, now you can kill those guys by base, which is what we were trying to do. Unfortunately, Kayle still gives the damage shields because he's a loser like that. Oh well, these things happen. You also have a lot of attack, unfortunately, from the Slay trigger. Oh well, fine. Sometimes that just happens. I actually should have done this differently. What we want is this, partly because we want spikes. There we go. That's what we wanted. Because now the spikes knock off the damage shield, and they kill this guy and whatever, it's all good. Because then I can kill easily, and there's nothing for Kayle to feast into, which is nice, because it's annoying when he's allowed to feast into. Become dazed for more turns. Can't play the Pandemic, that's fine, who cares. Would be useful to reduce its Ember cost, but is not my biggest concern at this juncture. Alright. As long as Test Subject Alpha keeps killing the morsels, that's the biggest concern. It is losing rage every turn, obviously, but who cares? Yeah, I mean, I don't really need to be doing it this way. It takes so much longer, but it is so much better for me if I just play these all individually. But, God, it takes a long time since we have to wait for every single pop-up. It feels wrong not to do it, though. So I feel obligated, but this is the irritating part of doing any incanting with these things. Admittedly, I should be taking the sap, but who really cares? Okay, we need just a little bit of rage for you. I could do a little bit more and I could kill you as well, but I'm not really worried about that. I am much more concerned with just bullying Kayle and his buddies. Could have done that on Kayle, but I figured I just wanted him to not knock off my damage shield. It's not a big deal, we've got plenty of damage shield, but still. You know what? Have a little bit of stat, my dude. Shroom maxing gameplay, I mean, that's where we're at in life. I mean, it's only 68, but they're getting a lot of power from the rage and a little bit of power from the squad leader. No, have more Horrify because we draw that at basically the right time every time. You know what? Have some more sap. Why not? Takes so long to do this, but hey, here we are. We're also maximizing incants for the Overworked Assistant, which would also be a lot more impressive if we had gotten Dualism for him. Because he'd be gaining Unstable 8 per incant, I want to say. Yeah, I don't know, fine. We'll keep doing this. Kind of just wanted to sap Kale down bottom. But we're just going to max Shrooms because it feels wrong not to max the Shrooms. And we're not actually getting them to an insane spot. It just looks a lot stronger than it is because so much of their power is from the Rage. God, it takes so long to do all that. Yeah, 146 of their power is just from the Rage. I mean, like, they're doing okay. And also they get a fair bit of extra attack from the squad leader. Alright, and then we just have to wait for the days to wear off so we can then pop the squad leader, or not squad leader, test subject alpha. I forgot to leave my Blight unplayed. Oh well, that's fine. We easily have this victory. It's purely a matter of how long does it take. Especially because I'm sitting on 17 reanimate on both my things. Bunch of damage shields as well. Like, we're doing pretty okay. Alright, look at us go. And he's dead. He did go down to exactly 1 HP at one moment, which is kind of cute. Oak Jersey Chamber is a no. Spike of the Legion. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do that. And we're gonna go draw, even though it's gonna be a little more shenanigans. But here we are. Yeah, why not? We'll go here. Okay, so Man-Eating 2 does do Mute 1. And I guess we'll take Man-Eating 2. I don't really have that many etch. I don't have that many consume cards. Gain a random graft unit. Graft a equipment on a unit. Alright, I will just give you a loan code, I guess. I understand why they went the route they did with last League Spike, but it feels out of place compared to the other clans for the art. I think it's fine for the art. Like, the spikes are... I don't know, they look pretty different in general. Like, yeah, none of them is a syringe other than that one. But I think it's still okay. I could hold over. Honestly, I think that's probably unnecessary. Could do this. Might do that. Don't think it really matters. I might do that, I guess. Although I don't have enough for what I meant to do. Forgot that I wanted to reroll. Well, we'll still reroll. And there wasn't remove consume anyways. I think we're just doing spell chain. I kind of wanted to minus cost on that. Doesn't really matter. That's fine. Yeah, we knew this day was gonna come, sadly. Okay. This is probably not a great fight for us. But we're gonna try. I think it's still better for me to be playing these out individually for the most part. Kind of. So that's what I'm doing. The problem is I'm not anywhere close to killing you. And the bigger problem is that they do start building up big, hefty chunks of problems for us. Okay, we're gonna do this. Okay, so we're gonna do that. And then we're gonna cry a little bit. Okay, that's good enough for now. And I guess we'll leave that in hand, and we'll do that. Unfortunately, you can't propagate mute, which is whatever. Okay, so we have you now, which helps. Might do that. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I do really wish that you had dualism, and so you were stacking up a lot faster. It is what it is. I am taking some damage either way. I mean, like, I've got full health, so it's not that big a deal. But it is what it is. Yeah, it is a lot of damage. Like, I took like 30 damage there. Almost. We're actually gonna undo this so we can do this in the right order. This poor hook hand, or meat hook, is dying to these spikes, basically. But, so here's the deal. We first daze you, then we pull you up and daze you. So then you get to attack into that instead of the statue, which is something. So we're gonna take blue, and we just want to hit the damage, and then we want to hit slightly higher damage. Well, could actually do this in a different way, where I can do this instead. I think we're still doing this, so we just burn off less reanimate. It's not that big a deal at this point, but it's still the route we're going. And then we're just going to keep building up the strength of our dudes, because that's what we need, because we are not incredibly strong as is. We're getting better. It's fine. But we could have had a much stronger everything. We're we're gonna hold this in hand because I would sort of like to try to get some other things that I don't have. Cat, you are a little bit in the way, darling. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't really matter now. We're still doing that, though I realize that I need to deal with the guy up top, so that's now our priority. I think that's actually all I need to do is just root you for 2 turns and we're fine. In which case, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Alright, and then we'll just save ourselves a little bit of trouble by exploding him immediately to kill those guys, so no one else has to get hit. It's fine. I do still lose my damage shield. I'm not that worried about it. He goes to the pyre room, gets blown up without getting a chance to attack. You're still rooted this turn, so don't get to attack us. Yada, yada, yada. Here we are. Ideally, we get blue so I can explode things, but it's not that big a deal if we don't. Like, you may have noticed that we're pretty powerful now. There we go. Nothing matters. Have slightly more reanimate, I guess. Anyways, we're in great shape. It takes absolutely forever for me to play my turns, but other than that, we're fine. For my own enjoyment, we're going to do this, though it does... Oh, actually, we're going to redo this turn. Because I meant to just take the damage from the Vengeful Shard. Yes, I'm taking unnecessary damage. Oh, well, that's fine. There we go. Just took a lot longer than normal. There we go. Yes, I am giving them spikes. No, I don't think I care. My concerns are fairly low in the grand scheme of things. Like, yes, the squad leader is dying now. That's fine. Alright, let's just take the damage. And then even with her 14 spikes, yeah, the squad leader dies. And our fungi stack gets dramatically weaker, but that's okay. Get muted before all that. That's true. Could have. Totally spaced out. Doesn't matter. Doesn't change things in any way, shape, or form. I'll take another Pandemic, I guess. Could take Surgical Strike. Let's take Faulty Body, though I don't think we need to here. Surgical Strike is cute, though. I don't think I need it, but I'll take it anyways. The problem is, like, we don't have another Merchant of Magic, so there's a good chance we don't get it on a turn we care about it. Increase the number of choices when using Mix? Sure. We'll do the Propagate too. Yeah, okay. I spent a lot of gold, and I can no longer afford these, sadly. Doesn't matter. Oh, I do have more gold. Totally forgot about that. Okay. Do we want Propagate 1 or do we want Higher Draw? I'm pretty sure we want Higher Draw. So we get rid of you. And could get rid of Test Subject Alpha. I don't think I need to. And by that I mean I definitely don't. Well, I guess we're going to get rid of one secret ingredient. I don't remember if this is dynamic or not, as in if our deck drops below 25, if it starts working still or not. We're going to find out, I guess. We're going to find out, I guess. I believe the answer is no. Which does make it worse for us. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I thought that was the case, but I could not remember and figured I should check. Alright, get your damage shield. It's a shame we don't have the overworked assistant this turn, but that's fine. Alright, look at us go. Yeah, we could Surgical Strike, but it doesn't, like, do anything. Oh, and I didn't minus cost it. Totally forgot about that. Doesn't matter. Oh, and I forgot to meat hook him, I think. It's fine. He's still dazed for multiple turns. I'm not terribly worried about that. Did forget that you need higher attack to do everything we care about. Well, let's help him out, I guess. I think we're okay overall, but at the very least, I would appreciate him not having to get... I would appreciate not having to get Scourge Guards. So, whatever. We'll do a lot less shroom generation, but we'll let him do some work. And then we do that, we take a little bit of damage, that's okay. Unfortunately, stupid reanimate guys survive no matter what, because they're awful like that. I could even put him in front, since then he'll proc the unstable more often. At a Brawler Prince run where the train crash in Ring 1 versus the Rage on Kill Boss because Prince didn't get any scaling card. Yeah, that's a problem. Okay, we're going to give you some reanimate so you stay alive. Try to bully you a little bit more because we can. And I guess I'm going to leave you alive just because I don't want to have to deal with the Scourge dudes. It doesn't, like, super matter. Also, I think I forgot to use Lion's Mane's ability. Not terribly worried about it. Poor guy, he's dying. Well, I mean, like, we can get away with that now, but we'll still help him out, I guess. Yeah, that's not enough, because you have 39 corruption, which is a lot. But, so be it. You're still dying, because I don't do math, apparently. That's fine. We'll leave it be. We've done enough. Well... Nope, still dying. Alright, this is what I get for not actually counting up how much damage Tixie's taking. And then he dies from the corruption. Is it legit unbeatable in that situation? Brawler Prince? Kind of. Like, sort of the answer there is you just probably shouldn't have taken Brawler Prince. Also, we're actually redoing this turn. I'm doing something slightly differently. Anyways, the answer is sort of like probably just shouldn't have taken Brawler Prince there. Which I don't love that that's the current state of things, which is why I've said before that I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Ring 1 got a couple nerfs. Because I don't love essentially losing after making a single choice or two. I think it's pretty rare currently that that's the case, so it's not like the end of the world. But yeah, I wouldn't hate seeing that changed a little bit. So we're doing that so we can kill some things. Yeah, it feels just really lame to lose first couple of circles because your start just doesn't have enough strength or you picked a scaling path. Yeah, and like, again, sort of the answer there is you're just not supposed to take the scaling path. This is why we didn't play this out, by the way, because this has the Holy Stone, so we heal as much as we're taking here, so it's just better for us to do it that way. Especially if I'm not going to play that any other time in the fight. God, I fucking hate that the Chosens give 2 Scourge cards. They're just so awful. But yeah, anyways, that's sort of the rationale there, is you're just not supposed to do that. But I prefer balance being generally more open. There will be some people who make the argument that if Ring 1 can't kill you, what's the point of having Ring 1? And my counter-argument is you still can, like, there's still value in the fight, even if it doesn't kill you. Like, if it just, like, weakens you, makes it harder for you to go into Ring 2, 3, 4, whatever. Like, I think that's fine. I don't really think that Ring 1 should be killing you except in an exceptionally, like, bad start or when played badly. I do think it's in a better state than it used to be in that regard, but I still think there's probably room to change that further. And, like, I definitely enjoy Ring 1 more in Monster Train than, like, Slay the Spire, because at least you have, like, different starting cards, unlike Slay the Spire, where it is the same fight every time, minus, you know, like, with a tiny variance of card draw, since you might draw your 6 starters, or you might draw your starters in a slightly different order, but when you've got 5 and 5 of the same cards, there's only so much variance you can get there. Again, what I probably should have done there is try to get a double blue potion so I could just explode my dude. Doesn't really matter. I wasn't going to kill Dominion that turn. I have so much to reanimate and just everything. Yeah, we're pretty strong. I don't have that many damage shields, but not a big deal. Alright, we'll just kill these guys again, which still doesn't kill them, because they just have way too much reanimate. But we'll sap one of them. Anyways, here we are. I'm definitely playing way more cards than I need to be and really dragging out this run, but that's okay. Unfortunately, I can't play the Pandemic without taking damage, which is okay. I don't, like, need to not be taking damage. I just figured I may as well. It's pretty silly to see. We have a lot of unstable on our dude. Also, with Inga's Beaker, it just gives us so much control over what we're doing. Again, wholly unnecessary. Like, we got a very strong fungi. We've got 860 unstable on our 25 reanimate dude. And he's dazed for 2 turns and has minus 36 attack. Like, we're okay. I do think it's a serious if it's true, if a single choice you made results in an instant loss situation. At least a weak start should have a fighting chance instead of you shouldn't pick that path. Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's quite that bad. And if you do find yourself in those starts where you don't see any way to win, honestly, press F8, the in-game reporting tool, and report that to the devs that you didn't see any way to win that fight and don't think that should be the case. Some of what we've been doing, again, now that I can talk about like the testing in detail, but I think this is pretty fair game, is like a lot of the banner units were getting like looked at to make sure that kind of no matter what banner unit you're starting with, that you have at least enough damage and health to like get you over like the hurdle. So if you are finding a situation where that's not the case, report that, and you know, obviously they'll look into things. Also, the Monster Train 1 clans in particular, like they are still going to get more balancing, I'm sure. Who knows when or how much or whatever, or to what degree. But, like, again, I wouldn't be surprised if number tweaks at the very least happened on, like, a lot of the champions and things like that. Also, first Titan of the night because I played very poorly. But here we are. But, yeah, I don't think Ring 1 should be that punishing that you lose just for making a bad choice. Do I actually want you on bottom floor? I think the answer is no. Yeah, I do like it being more difficult, having to use your units appropriately and think about how much you can realistically scale your hero. Maybe that Rage boss should have a condition where he gets a less attack in Pyre Room, so leaking him is not a straight loss. Yeah, kind of, you know, I've talked about this a lot, but, you know, as much as I love Monster Train 2, there are definitely some things that I would like to see a bit different, and one of the big ones for me is I just want there to be less enemies that are kind of an automatic loss once you get to the Pyre. And that is true for both like normal enemies and bosses, particularly bosses. Like in the current balancing, just like literally any boss that gets to your Pyre kills you no matter what. Which is not the case with Monster Train 1. Like there's a number of bosses that like hurt you very badly, but most of them you have enough HP. Like, they don't do enough damage to just, like, one-shot your Pyre or, like, two-shot your Pyre. Like, if Crystal Cloak gets to your Pyre, you still have a couple shots from your Pyre, especially if you're at full health, to do it. Whereas in this game, like, if the Reanimate boss, Undying 1, gets to your Pyre, he gains 6 Reanimate, even if you got rid of all his Reanimate going into the Pyre room. And so 6 turns of shooting off Reanimate is 120 damage from him, which is more than most Pyres. Well, it's more than any Pyre has at that point. So, like, that's not great. Even like Elebor, the Ring 2 boss. Oops, I didn't mean to grab this one yet. That's fine. Even like Elebor, the Ring 2 boss, or Legion, the other Ring 2 boss, also tend to just kind of like fuck your Pyre. Not quite as badly, but again, they do a fair bit of damage, and they have a fair bit of survivability. And like Legion has spikes. Like, there's limits to what you're capable of, is really what I'm getting at. Okay, we're just going to sap you. Could also give you melee weakness, but we'll give you melee weakness later. For the time being, you're just not going to get hurt. And he's also just dazed for a bunch of turns. Yeah, I'm sure change will happen, but overall still great. Yeah. I agree. And again, like, the more vocal people are about this, like, if people do say, you know, to the devs that they're not enjoying dying in Ring 1, they're definitely going to take a look at that. They're very busy right now, I'm sure, but they are, like, they do care. They're very attentive to these things overall. I meant to do spikes there. That's fine. Here we are. Have I ever done a daily? Not in a while. I used to play the Monster Train 1 daily quite often. Also, I forgot to buff him so that I wouldn't have to get the Scourge cards. This is my own failing for setting up this high. Also, I can't play out that. Oh well. Anyways, it's been a while since I've done the daily. I used to do the Monster Train 1 daily all the time, usually on stream as like the last run of the day. Or we would do Hell Rush back when we did Hell Rush. For the Monster Train 2 dailies, I did them a couple times. Also for the days, it doesn't matter. Here we are. Yeah, I definitely could have made better choices here, but that's fine. Anyways, the Monster Train 2 dailies, I had done them sometimes, but not too often. Oops. I mean, you can have Unstable, I guess. That was definitely not who I meant to put that on. But I don't really care about redoing the turn to fix it. But I'm not big on mutators for the most part, is the big thing. I know some people love playing with mutators. It's just not really my thing. Like, I'll play them sometimes, but it's just, I don't know. It's not what I come to Monster Train for. Same with, you know, most games. I tend not to be big on mutators. They're fine, but... Alright, we killed those guys. I didn't actually need to sap the backliner there, but I kind of forgot that I could probably murder him, since that's basically what my deck does. As we build up Unstable and we mix a lot, and the chances that I wasn't going to be able to murder them with a mix was basically non-existent. Would this fight feel less strange if the boss and the Pyre Room move floors? Yes. There's a lot of things that I think would help this fight. I think one of the bigger things that would help this fight is just having a time limit to the fight. Because I think that's one of the bigger issues, is that the fight doesn't have a time limit. Because, like, every other fight in Monster Train 1 and 2, like... Oh, I actually kind of want to do Surgical Strike here. Oh well, that's fine. You know, there's some pressure on you, because you need to be, like, dealing with the waves, you need to be defending your dudes, you need to be scaling up for Relentless, and you have to balance that to some degree. Obviously, a lot of the things end up, you know, commingling, because when you are dealing with the waves, you're often, like, buffing your units, so then you can, do I want to give you Frostbite? I think I want to give you Frostbite. Anyways, you're buffing up your dudes, so then you're also, like, taking care of Relentless, because you're getting stronger and stronger, yada yada yada. Point is, there's no time pressure in this fight. It just goes until it goes. And so, again, what that mostly means is, if you come in with enough Pyre HP, and especially if you have ways to stall, like if you have Daze, or if you have, like, you know, Holy Stone or other things, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You will eventually win, even if it takes 20 turns. And that feels so mind-numbing and terrible. And if you don't have 50-ish Pyre HP, then you probably lose. Sometimes there are ways to stall and all that, and sure, I guess maybe that's compelling. I don't think that's very compelling. Yeah, you don't really need Fairly Weakness. Like, and again, my big problem is there's just not a lot to draft for in this fight. Like, at most, the things you can draft for meaningfully in this fight are ways to sap or daze Dominion, and ways to, like, daze Savagery. Like, nothing else about this fight is really any meaningfully different from any other fight. It just ramped up a little bit. You need to have a little bit more defense. You need to have a little bit more offense, kind of. But, like, for the most part, you still need to have just as many attacks as you do in, like, every other fight in the game. Because you need to be clearing... Like, there's only so many levers they can tune this fight by. Because they can't make the waves larger, because you still need to be able to hit Entropy. Because there's no Relentless, so you can't just kill Entropy and Relentless like you can kill Divinity and Relentless in Monster Train 1. You can't really increase the damage that Dominion and Savagery do, because then it just raises the minimum HP that's required for this fight, which is really lame. If they continue raising the HP for Dominion and Savagery, particularly Dominion, it just increases how many turns this fight takes. Doesn't really make it more threatening. It just does that. If they decrease the amount of HP that Dominion has, it goes faster. Makes it less necessary to play the Pyre Light every turn. I don't know. Like, the way it's currently set up, I just don't love it. I think the biggest thing that would help me on this fight is just putting a goddamn time limit on it. Would make it a lot more enjoyable. Like, again, there's a lot of other things you can do too. But, like, I don't know. It's just not great. It especially irks me that one of the few ways to meaningfully deal with Dominion is to daze him. Like, because a lot of clans don't have access to sap. You can't, like, stealth the Pyre. You can't armor the Pyre. You can't heal the Pyre outside of, like, Holy Stone. And so, like, technically you can shoot him with spells, but having no conduit in the Pyre room greatly neuters a lot of these spell-focused builds. And also, he starts with 4 spell shields. And again, mathematically, it's mostly just not worth your time. And so, like, again, Daze being one of the few, like, meaningful ways you can interact with Dominion slows the fight down, because he doesn't generate the Pyre Lights anymore. And I think that's really dumb. So, like, most of you end up just accepting the damage from Dominion as just a natural course in the fight, because the fight takes doubly as long if you don't. Actually takes more than double the time, generally. Just not great. Not a fan. It also, like, irks me that there's not really a way to get out of that fight without taking damage. Like, yes, there are ways, but, like, for the typical deck, it is just more efficient and less mind-numbing to accept that you're taking some amount of damage. But, like, it does irk me that, like, score-wise, even in not being a big score player, it does bother me looking at the damage taken on that fight every time and just feels bad. Just feels bad. Yeah, I think having a time limit and maybe implementing some kind of pyre armor like in Divinity and Monster in 1. Yeah, but the problem with, like, implementing the pyre, like, I don't know. I wouldn't hate having the pyre, like, have some baseline amount of HP for the fight. Honestly, I kind of would prefer it if you had the same amount of HP going to the fight every time, because that would actually be sort of a test of your deck on, like, how quickly you can kill them. Rather than being just a test of how much HP did you walk into the fight with. But that is its own problems. I think at least if you're down a Titan to 1 HP, it should give you some relief room, even temporary, instead of keep chugging on. Yes, also agree. Suggestion I've made before. I mean, I just want something to happen with them getting down to 1 HP. Like, I would love it if it killed them and made the others stronger in some way, so then there's some, like, actual meaningful, like, choice between, like, which one do you kill first, and, like, some decks, whatever. I would love it if there was some benefit, or at least change, to killing them first, rather than it not mattering. Like, it doesn't matter if you kill Savagery and Entropy on turn 2 if Dominion is just sitting up there for 8 extra turns. Total redesign, you can only fight one Titan at a run, random Titans, and set them up more like Divinity. I mean, there's a lot of things I would love. I don't think we're ever going to see a total rework for a lot of reasons. It's a lot of work for them to do, and also there are some people who really like the fight. Those people are just not me. And I will say, I do think the Titan fight is in a better shape than it has been. I think it's okay right now. I just really want it to feel more meaningful at the end of the run and less like a pyre check. Could you do Phoenix Luna next? Yeah, we can do that. Which Luna starter do you want? I don't think it needs a full redesign, but there's some mechanics that could be added or changed for sure. Dominion says it applies corruption. Can your pyre even get corruption? It cannot, but you're misreading it, because what it says is that it adds corruption to the front unit on every floor each turn. So it's giving it to your units on other floors, not to your pyre. It's just meant to be another, like, damage check and to make it harder for you to keep units on floors so that Savagery can just damage your pyre, which again kind of defeats the point of trying to run multiple floors in this game. Whatever, that's a whole separate conversation. Which again, you can stop the corruption from Dominion, but if you can stop it by dazing him, but if you daze him, then you don't get the Pyre Light, and that's not a good trade-off for most decks. The heal one, yeah, sure. Phoenix and Luna, Witch Weave. Any particular Pyre Heart you want, or do you just want that random? Random is good? Okay. Then random it is. Alright, we have Aquaths, which is fine. It's definitely among my least favorite of the Pyres. Just because there are a lot of decks that can't really make use of it. If I could use this in deployment phase, I would like it a lot more, but then it would also just be worse Herzal's Horde anyways. So, like, that wouldn't be great either, but it would give it more use cases at least. Okay. Oh, I didn't know you can't do that. Yeah, it's for reasons. So, Jack Strips is probably the thing to take here. Manifold Mirror, I'm sort of intrigued by. Particularly, hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Particularly if we got Hell Furnace, the one that gives extra Pyrogel when Pyrogel is applied. This could be cute if we're getting some of the minor Pyroborn relics, which we probably are if we're using the Golden Touch. Particularly there's the one that gives Flaming Talons, I think it's called. When they ascend, they gain Pyrogel. But the problem is there's a good chance we don't see that. And Jackstrips, on the other hand, just it makes our early game a lot easier. Fuck it. We'll take it. We are taking Pyromaniac because we have Magma Cultist. Turns out it's pretty good. Doesn't matter if they have Titan Skin. Jackstrips pierces. Okay. We're doing this even though we have, like, no defense. That's fine. I will play that. I don't think we need to not play it. Yeah, you know what, we'll give you the Pyrogel now. I probably should have used Aquas there to use the Meddlers, but hey. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that just so we don't lose any health. And then that goes there. Yada, yada, yada. Ta-da. This is why we took Jackstrips, because it just means that this 4 is basically just totally fine. Yeah, he's gonna heal a bunch, whatever. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Alright. The greed gets to me. We're doing it. We're still doing almost the same damage, but this way we got a extra horde. Also, I forgot that I had capacity here, so I could have also just done that this way. Yeah, unfortunately I can't kill him with the Golden Touch. I wanted to kill my own guy, but it is what it is. Anyways, still good. Don't think we want the Alchemy. I think we're taking the Lava Armor, even though I don't love it. But it does give me a little bit better survivability, and I think that's worth taking right now. Mooncaller's cool, but not really useful for us right now. Phase Blessing is what we're taking, even if it's sort of underwhelming. So we'd still get a minor Pyroborn artifact, which is honestly all I care about. Not that one, but fine. Okay, we got a Merchant of Magic coming up. We're gonna go here then. Don't need that. Conduit is worth it. Okay, we're gonna go Dualism. Which you got in the first draft, by the way, didn't see, like, what did I take or what was I offered? Because what I took was, I took Lava Armor and Phase Blessing. And Phase Blessing is part of why we are taking the Conduit here, especially since I was looking for Dualism. The Dualism matters a bit less when we have Pyromaniac, but it's still good. But if I hit Dualism after the Conduit, it would be Conduit 10, which makes Phase Blessing a lot better. Especially because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm definitely going to dupe the Magma Cultist, and that's just going to happen. So, The Avarice is maybe worthwhile. I don't think we want it. I kind of want to give HP here. I feel like since it's Entropy Seraph, you don't really need to have a tanky backline anyway. Kind of. I mean, Entropy still does a lot of damage because he's got the... Yes, it doesn't do backline damage. Instead, he has the dudes that start at 12 attack and have damage shields, which is sort of a problem for us. And it has the incant enemies that increase the attack of all enemies on the floor, or the chosen ones increase the attack of all units on the train. And so they can do a lot of damage. But yes, we're not as worried about backline. That said, I'm mostly at the moment just trying to make sure that I'm gearing up for like Archeon and things. Also, like 10 HP in general is not a lot. Do I care about that? I think we're gonna skip. Although I technically should have looked at this first. I will take Miser here. It's a bit of a greedy play, but that's fine. It mostly works out. It's gonna be less good soon, but that's okay. Because we can still just do this, and... Technically, I should probably be playing Phoenix and Friend on a lower floor, so that they can... apply Pyrogel before they ascend, and then they'll take the extra damage on the jack strips, but that's okay. Honestly, I'm just going to play you there so that you block a little bit. Okay, we'll play you there. Do the Phase Blessing. Kill that. And there we go. Anyways, the Miser is giving us 10 gold every time he attacks, so as long as he gets to attack a couple times in the fight, he's largely paying himself off. Unfortunately, I have to shoot there, because otherwise I'm not killing him. Technically, I could have used the Witch Weave there, but I wanted to kill the backliner. Also, I need to remember that I have Aquaths. Sadly, I got basically no Dragon Sword on this, but okay. So be it. Also, I just really wish it didn't take my camera up to the Pyro Room every time to do that. Anyways, we're doing this. I don't get a Horde from it. It's fine. I did not really generate any on that fight, but that's okay. I really just want the Pyrogel generating ones. I might take Alchemy here, since we have Aquath, so... Yeah, I don't know. I'll take it. I don't, like, love that. Celestial Storm is not bad, but mostly I just want Flicker. Unfortunately, I don't have Flicker. Do I want to go for the Merchant of Arms? Getting a Hell Furnace would be good. Getting Cursed Dragonstaff would be very strong. I think we're just going here, though. Alright, Intrinsic is gonna go there. Well, I wasn't going to do this. Well, okay. So I can either do this. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do this. and then we're going to give it -2, and that's good enough. We're gonna skip that. I can use the Magma Cultist, but we're just gonna skip it anyways. Flight to a friendly unit, or Tome of Contracts. I mean, the flight is cute, but we're just gonna take Contracts. That's good enough. Although that would have been a good target for other things. For the magic power... I'm partly worried about the silencers later is the issue. Fine. Whatever. Don't love it. Don't love that I have to do that. I think the silencers are dumb units and all that, but they are what they are. And we'll play around them. Okay. Now, do I want to set up on a lower floor with Phoenix? Kind of. But I think we're going to just do this nonetheless. Okay, so he tries to bully us, but we are prepared. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and hit you a bunch. I am not that worried about Archeon. Like, we should murder him pretty good. Okay. Like, he already has 22 Pyre Gel on him. He takes a lot of damage. Unfortunately, the Jackstrips just gave him some power. Oh well, it is what it is. Okay. And we still get the kill here. Despite it initially looking like we wouldn't. Look at that sweet, sweet extra Dragon Sword. Look at us go. Yeah, you're dead no matter what. I kind of failed to take that into account. Because I forgot that if I kill him, he still gets stronger. Thanks to the Siphon. Which is sad, I don't get the extra Avarice. But that's okay-ish. Yeah, I have Aquas. I keep forgetting that. Alright, whatever. Our dude is taking more damage than I'm comfortable with, and I took a little bit of damage, and that's maybe not great, but here we are. Yeah, I can't really get a kill here. Well, I kind of could. Pirate's tactic is pretty cool, at least. I will agree with that. Alright. We're going to be a little greedier on this turn. We're gonna do that. Because I think we can get away with that. I do appreciate you taking 46 damage from Ascending. That's pretty cute. Okay, so you're dead now, so we can just do this and ensure that I'm getting the kill. Because Phoenix's ability comes up this turn. Overall, we're in good shape. And then you die with one other spell in hand, and yada yada yada. There we go. Death Roar is interesting. I don't think we need it, though it is rather cute. We are going to take Ritual Tome, I guess, because we can. Do I want Pyre Blooded? I don't think I need it, though it is cute. I think it's just a worse play for us, though. So, like, the one nice thing about Pyre Blooded is that it does essentially give us scaling for boss fights. Which can be valuable. Particularly in a world where, like, Kel, the Awful, exists. Because it makes us a little less reliant upon incanting. But then I won't have enough capacity for what I wanted. Kill the Clown Raptor. It does feel like that. Like, I don't know, I kind of want it. I don't think it's really necessary, but it is kind of cool. I think other than, like, Kel, though, I'm pretty okay with my current game plan. Like, Ajax also may be a bit of a problem, but I think we're mostly going to be okay. My big problem here is just that if I take this, I need both more Ember and more capacity. I could sort of get away by taking like one capacity and one draw and then just not playing him during deployment, which I can do. I don't know. I like to avoid that, but it's honestly not the worst thing that I could do. It's just not what I want to do. Yeah, and like there's the possibility that I could also get like Steward's Quarters, but we wouldn't be able to do that until here, and I have to make the decision on capacity before then anyways. I don't know. Yeah, fine, we'll take him, I guess, and we'll take capacity, and we'll loot this. Oops, I meant to loot it, and I did not do that. So maybe want to go here. I kind of want to go here looking for the increased horde. But I can't really afford much here. Alright, let's try it anyways. Like, that's not bad. I still kind of want to re-roll, but I wouldn't be able to afford it anyways. That gives me 75. Alright, we're gonna greed and just see if it's here. It's not. But we're definitely looting this anyway. Well, let's see what happens here first, I guess. Well, I'm gonna give you the lava armor. I suppose I could have done that on the Magma Cultist. I was avoiding it because I kind of want to leave a slot open for other things, but like just giving him plus 10 HP wouldn't have been the worst play. And anyways, we're definitely going to Pyromaniac 2, because why wouldn't we? We heal, because why not? And then we are going to loot this. We're definitely taking Flaming Talons. We don't have Whelps. Yeah, we'll take Celestial Sails, I guess. And then I lean towards taking Emote Tome here. But Vola's Tuning Fork is also not terrible for me. It really only affects the fire starters, which is still nice. But we're going to take Emote Tome, just because that's reliably great for me. Okay. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. Unfortunately, I didn't get what I wanted. I still got something good, though. We should be in pretty good shape, though. I really was hoping to do other things. Also, not what I wanted to draw. Suppose I didn't need the capacity yet, but that's fine. Whatever. Yeah, I have so much capacity now. Keep forgetting that I took a bunch of capacity. Also, didn't mean to play that one first. I mean, it doesn't really matter, because I didn't have the Ember to play it regardless. I totally forgot that I could do that, but now he's got a 1-turn cooldown, which is cute. It is pretty satisfying watching those things die. Well, don't mind if I just get some Horde, I guess. Fireblood reminds me that pretty much all of my non-gold border cards from Monster Hunter Clans are rares I've never seen. Yeah. I feel like that sometimes. Yeah, this is why more Ember would be nice, or more cost reductions. Also why Bolas would have been good, but like, it's still just very good for me as is. There's no reason not to do that. We'll just empower you a little bit more. You're still not like crazy strong, but hey. There. Take the extra Horde. We're back to 8, not bad. Yeah, that's a big fucking problem. This is why I was worried about Ajax, because if I'm not building up Hydrogel fast enough, he just ruins my shit. We're gonna restart that battle. Also, I could be playing more units top 4. The problem is that, like, again, versus Ajax, it just doesn't matter a ton. Because the problem is that I'm not building up... I'm not building up anything. I'm not building up enough Fire Gel, really. But, hey, see what we can do. So I think, honestly, what's better is doing this, which I'd also considered earlier, but it, like, dramatically increases my damage scaling, which is essentially the thing that I was worried about for this fight. Because now I can just do that every turn, which means that as I build up Pyrogel, I can just siphon it off into Bounteous Joy. Yeah, we're gonna do this so I can kill him and gain a little bit of extra strength. It does mean I don't get quite as much horde. Oh well, needs must and all that. Can't play out Miser here, sadly, but whatever. Probably didn't need that, but hey. Yeah, he's not getting crazy strong because I'm not doing a ton of incanting, but we're trying. I'm sorry, we're doing this in a slightly different ordering because there's no reason not to. Because what we want is to play the Fire Starter first so that we can get more Pyrogel. And then we can eat that. Do you think you can have a whole run focus on Horde, or is it basically always just something extra that's nice to have? Oh, you definitely can. For sure. There we go. Okay, we just need a little better damage scaling because he ruins mediocre attackers so quickly, which is why I took the Pyre Blood in the first place, because he helps with basically this fight. Mind Cage is not bad. It's not like super necessary. Make It Rain is honestly much better for me. And Greed I generally don't care about. And by care about, I mean don't like all that much. I don't know. I guess I'm probably taking Mind Cage, though I think Make It Rain is dramatically better for us. I do like Cover of Night. I think Tidal Turning is still quite good, though. We're going to take Tidal Turning, even though I kind of want to do the other thing. Yeah, I will loot this now. That's good enough for me. Well, I would take Taskmaster's Lash if I could damage with Witch Weave. We'll just do this. It's fine. Could have used that earlier, but I don't hate it. I feel Holdover Greed kind of acts like an Inferno Room. It's sort of. Like, it does dramatically less damage and doesn't hit the break point. At least not naturally, that you want it to. But yeah, similar idea for sure. I'm gonna go here, even though I kind of want to go here. For a variety of reasons, it would have been nice to look for, like, multi-strike. Also, I would like to dupe my Cultist, but we're going to Greed. I'm going to take Ancient Pyre Tap. Interesting. Fine. No. We're not taking Dante here. Not taking Dante. Okay. Now, gonna get rid of that, and get rid of that. I love Odie's Totem purely because Herzl's Pyre is my default. I dislike Odie's Totem. But yes, it is tremendously more playable when you have Herzl's Horde with the increased deployment number. But without that, it's a little miserable. Okay, I'll take the 1 damage to do that, and I will do this as well. Oh, I didn't mean to put you not in front, but that's fine. Take a little bit more damage there. Why is that generating Ember for me? Oh, I guess it didn't. It's just that it took 3 instead of the 1 that I was expecting. That's fine. I just forgot that that's how it works. Probably should have played Meddler elsewhere, but that's fine. Doesn't really matter. I could do the Ritual Tome. We're just not gonna worry about it. Also, I need to remember I have Aquas. Like, that would have been a time to use Aquas. Or on the prior turn. But I keep forgetting. Fuck you. Alright, Phoenix has a 1-turn cooldown. We're gonna do that. Could do the tidal turning here. We probably don't need to yet. It's not... Like, it would be good for us to do, but... Okay. Let's go for the greed and spend some Pyre HP to do some things. And you don't have a 1-turn cooldown. Fine. That's okay. Oops, I'm sorry, that's not correct. Don't mind me, as we do this in the correct order. Well, first off, we can do this. Secondly, we're doing that first. Okay. There we go. Honestly, I should probably be giving the 1-turn cooldown to the Pyre Blooded, but here we are. Alright, I take less damage doing that than letting them through. But that's okay. Also, I did hit my Horde max and probably didn't need to be quite so greedy about that. But here we are. Alright, do I want to play Tidal Turning? Do I think I need Tidal Turning? You do about 20 damage a turn. I feel Pyre Type is a bit too strong, but I guess it's cool. I think it is a little too strong. I don't think it's as busted as people make it out to be. More specifically, when doing Covenant 10 versus the Titans. Just because, like, a lot of people that I see talk about it being, like, super busted are the people who are also spending, like, 10 HP a fight on it. And so, when you're getting to the Titans, and then you have, you know, 20 HP or less, like, it's gonna get you killed. I still think it's very good, but it's... As an aside, it has been a little annoying over the past months having people try to lecture me about, like, I come from Magic the Gathering, and, like, you know, I play XYZ card game, and, like, it has taught me that health is a resource, and it's like, it doesn't matter as long as I have 1 HP. And I'm like, yes, I know. I play card games too. You just didn't know about the Titan fight, and I can't tell you about it until the game is released. And so, yeah, it was a little annoying being lectured constantly about how I'm not valuing Ancient Pyre Tap enough. I know it's good. I also know that there are other things that make health more important in this game. Also, just in general, at Covenant 10, a lot of players and decks in general tend to just inherently take more damage. I don't know. We're going to do this just for safety. I don't know that I actually need to. But it would feel really bad to not do that and then die to Quoto. So, here we are. I did take a lot of damage on this fight, so that wasn't great, but that's okay. Looks like it was needed. I mean, maybe that was before I had played out my spells, and so he did go from, you know, like 4 Pyre Gel or whatever to 32. So, yeah. Dragon's Breath is good. I don't think it's great here. Make It Rain is probably the correct thing to take here. Inequivalent Exchange, also pretty good when I'm just stacking up a ton of Dragon's Horde. But Make It Rain turns out real good with Pyre Gel. I'll take it, even though it gives me another Calcified Ember. Maybe care about the Mage Blade. Moonrise is okay. I'm gonna skip, though. And I am going to loot this. The Shale Shell is admittedly kind of cute, but we're going to take Bellows. We'll take the Shale Shell now. We'll take the Expanded Coffers. That was a little later than I want, but still within acceptable ranges. Okay, we're going here. Although the healing is a little more valuable now. Do I want Hall of Mirrors? I think the answer is no. Yeah, we don't want Hall of Mirrors anymore. Void Armament's okay. Zone of Silence is kind of cute. Again, I kind of hate that Zone of Silence is as good as it is. I've never had max egg capacity before Cherub Boss. I've had it earlier than this for sure, but was the reward for Max Horde 13? So it is at 12 and 13 both. You can start getting major boss artifacts, which are essentially the artifacts you get from beating the flying bosses. So you can start getting extra Ember, Capacity, and Draw. You can only get 1 of each, but that's still very strong. Also gives your Pyre more HP and more attack, which is non-trivially relevant, particularly going into the Titan fight. Anyways, I might take Zone of Silence here. The problem is, like, I don't love Zone of Silence, or more specifically, I don't love it existing, but it is undeniably good, and we also don't know if we're going to go up against the Amalgams. And this is a good counter to the Amalgams, because I can set up on not bottom floor and give myself a little bit of time for scaling while still having this be relevant. So, we'll do that. I am going to make it deployable. Yeah, we'll do it deployable, and we'll just play it if we need. And we're going to go full greed by doing this. Do you think Silence would be fine at 3 Ember? No. I think it would be more acceptable at 3 Ember. I don't think it would be fine, because the point is that it is just too generally useful. Like, I think it probably deserves the nerf. I know there's some people who are going to disagree with me because they're going to claim that it is too important to runs. And I think that, again, conveys my problem with it. That if you think that Inferno Room and Silence Room are too important, then we probably have the state of things in the wrong place. Like, there needs to be more things that are kind of filling the space that Inferno Room and Zone of Silence fill, or they need to be removed and enemies need to be balanced around the expectation of you not having those. Like, again, it's still doable. Like, you see plenty of runs that I play where I don't have either of them, and I do just fine. But I do think their existence is warping the game, and I don't love that. But you can't, like... You can't really make them weaker and still have the same effect. Like, you can't make Inferno Room do, like, 10 damage, otherwise it's fucking worthless. Mostly. Like, it still is sort of relevant, because it still kills, like, the 1 HP guys. I don't know. It's just in a weird spot. Before I do this, where are the other dupe spots? Actually, just look at it this way, because I enjoy this more. Okay. We're just going to dupe the Megan Cultist now. Okay. There it is. I was like, where is my Pyre-Blooded? Well, I forgot that you have an equipment. It doesn't matter. Have your new equipment. Enjoy it. Fuck it. Let's pay some HP. Okay, and then let's do the Zone of Silence now. Mostly, I just don't remember if this actually stops you or not. I feel like it does. Yeah, I knew there was some weird thing. So, because I confused myself about this the last time I was doing this. But the weird thing is that he still gets eaten, he just doesn't do anything. Like, I knew there was some weird interaction, I just couldn't remember exactly what the deal was. Turns out, that's the deal. Okay. Also, I need to remember I have Aquaths, and I can use Aquaths. Yeah, you're dying, but, like, that's fine. Also, maybe should have done your ability first. That's okay. We're doing some very hefty damage. You'll just go and block for us, because why not? I technically should have done the fire starter first. But that's okay. And then we'll kill you so we don't take any damage. Yeah, turns out Magma Cultist is pretty good. Well, You're barely surviving thanks to the grace of the Shale Shell giving you armor. That's nice. This is in the right order. We redo that, and then we kill. And then we put you there, and you don't quite die. And you honestly do a fair bit of damage to Kale, because he's got so much Pyre Gel on him. And we live a Pyre Gel-shaped existence. Okay, so do that. Do that. That. Technically the slightly wrong order, but that's okay. And then you're up to 1,000 damage. This is why we gave you multi-strike. Honestly, I should probably just dupe you instead of duping another Magma Cultist, especially since I whiffed on AoE damage spells, namely Flicker. I just wanted the incants there so we could at least for sure be hitting, not the incant, the Slay, so we could be hitting 12 on that. I knew there was a possibility that I was going to draw Alchemy this turn, but I didn't know for certain that I would. Anyways, there we go. He's almost dead. He's at 15. I could just kill him right here, but there we go. Ta-da! Yeah, our deck is working pretty well. I don't think we need Silver Ink, though it is cute. We're going to take another Tidal Turning, even though it's beyond what I can currently play. But that's okay. We're going to take Ember, so I don't have to be burning as much HP for Ancient Pyre Tap. And then we're going to loot. And I totally spaced out that that was... No. Yeah, whatever. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, I'll take the medallion. Take the Ember, I guess. We're gonna get the draw. Yeah, so I did this wrong, where I spaced out that I wanted to get draw from the normal one, and then Ember from the Dragon's Horde one. It's fine, it's just that I wanted to have more draw in the end, and I'm going to end up with more Pyre, or more Ember than I need. But it's not a big deal overall. Anyways... I guess we're going here? I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Pyromaniac 3. For even more delicious Pyre Gel. Spell Chain is pretty solid for us. So there's a couple options. I think Phase Blessing is a good one since I start with it. I think Tome of Contracts is kind of cute, because then I can use it to get both Phoenix and the Pyre Blood down to 1 turn cooldown. I don't think that really matters. I think Make It Rain is solid damage for us. I think we're just doing this, though. I'm gonna do... I don't know. Do I want to do this? I'm gonna do this. I don't really need to be doing these, but they are the things that I'm doing. I generate more than enough gold now thanks to things and stuff, namely the Dragon's Horde. Okay. Goodbye, Meddler. Goodbye, Witchweave. Alright, that's good enough for now. Well, I get less Ember per turn. That's fine. I get more Ember than I used to. It's mostly okay. Don't love the silence dudes. Gotta decide what floor I'm actually comfortable fighting Rax on. I think it doesn't tons matter, but we're gonna go here. I'm willing to take a small bit of damage, and we're not gonna worry about the zone silence yet. You bastards. I did forget that... Oh, that's fine. Yes, go my extra beautiful conduit. And with you super dead, that's fine. And then we'll do the title turning, because why not? And then let's knock off a damage shield. Doesn't matter, they die. That's just what happens. Okay, we're gonna do this. May as well just use my actual free Ember. What did I do there? Why did you die? Because I totally spaced out that you have 2 damage spell shield, not 3. And for some reason I thought I needed to hit you 3 times first. Not true. There we go. That's all we were trying to do. It doesn't matter in the slightest. They're dying. It actually is kind of a problem for me because nothing is surviving to this floor to for me to get the strength off of. But so be it. Yeah, I definitely don't need to dupe you. But I will get a whole bunch of armor, which does help against Rax. Alright, just a clean 210 damage. Works out pretty well. Jack Strips continues being pretty great for me, especially since we get the bonus with the Pyre Gel as well. I'll kill you. I don't need to kill you. I'm not going to hold on to the holdover one, since we're already at 13. Realistically, this is the stage of the game where I should probably be phasing out my my Horde cards. Technically wrong ordering, doesn't matter. Not too worried about it. It is very pleasing to look at his giant wall of dangerous enemies and know that none of them actually matter. Okay, and that's good enough, and then they all just fucking fade out of existence. Look at that beautiful state of things. He does do a lot of damage, mind you, because he does. That's just kind of how he is. I probably should have played that first. It doesn't really matter. There we go. Anyways, I could definitely do more if I needed to. I don't need to. why spend Pyre health when I can just beat Rax to death instead? That's what I always say. We don't need another Mind Cage. That's kind of cute. Don't think I really need the Pyreborn Brain Spike, though it's kind of cute. Cover of Night is good, but is it good enough? Kind of, but I'm going to skip it. We're definitely going to loot this. We'll take Sharpened Teeth. I got a bunch of dragons. Alright. More energy. Okay. How many dragons and how much capacity do I have right now? So I can definitely make another Magma Cultist. Because currently we have 3 for Phoenix, and then 4, 5, 6. And so I can make another Magma Cultist, or another Pyre Blooded. We're going to make another Magma Cultist. Because we can. I don't know. I could go here, I could do things. Who cares? I don't totally need it, but I will take it. We're definitely going to take the Pyre Gel thing. Wanderer's Talisman is worthless. I don't think I care. I do know that I'm somewhat worried about having enough space in my deployment phase. Because it's going to be one non-damaging spot for the artifact. 2 for Phoenix, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for this, 9 for the equipment. I think that's everything. I think we're fine. I still never upgraded you at all. And how am I doing on capacity now? So I'm currently at exactly capacity. I will be getting more capacity, so if I really wanted to greed, I could take the large stone. Hi, Sal, why not taking space from the Horde then? Because currently I'm at a good level of capacity. It's just that the only reason I might want more capacity right now is so that I can either fit the Miser, which I don't really care about, or so I could fit put a large stone on the Pyre Blood, which I don't think I need to do. If you're talking about what I was saying before, that was for making sure that I don't have too many things in deployment phase, because there's still a 10 card hand size limit. And so I wanted to make sure that with me duping another banner unit, that I wasn't going to have things that I wouldn't draw during deployment. I.e., did I need to spend gold here to get rid of the Miser or not? I still might get rid of the Miser, but I don't think it's important, is the big thing. Dualism doesn't really do anything for you, so we'll just give you Conduit. Why not? Yeah, like I probably should just get. No, we'll leave the alchemy for one more thing. That's fine. We'll just leave most of that. I'm just gonna get rid of the Miser. I don't care. And we'll get rid of that. I still want some of my zero cost cards, maybe. Probably should have gotten rid of the other golden touch, but it's okay. I kind of like the golden touches for reasons, but mostly nothing matters. Yeah, with my 11 deployment Ember. Well, that's pretty nice. Do I have any other room? Is this my only room? then enjoy being this room. Oh no, I have sap. However shall I handle such a fate? Yeah, technically wrong. Whatever. Who cares? Alright, and then we'll just bring out to 204 attack, and then we just kind of beat on Entropy real good. There we go. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about those. I don't really need to be taking the damage. There we go. And that still kills. Oh no, I lose some attack. And then I only go up to 529. How would you rank the 3 Seraphs on how cool they look? I like the design elements of Entropy best. I really like purple as a color, and I really like Entropy's general designs of like black holes and the purple crystals, and I think that's super cool. And when I saw the concept art for these, I thought I was going to like Entropy the most. I will say, I really like the kind of posing that Dominion is in, and I think that ends up with Dominion looking the coolest, even if I don't love like the Titan Dominions, like corruption effects. I don't like those as much. But I think in that specific example, I do like that best. Dominion got that JoJo posing. I mean, more or less, yeah. And then Savagery is my least favorite. It's fine. There's some Savagery enemies that I think are really cool, like Yoriel, the first boss. I really like his visual design, but for most of the Savagery enemies, it's just not my favorite. Yeah, kind of matter what I do, I'm not getting 2 slays here, which is not that big a deal. Whoops. I fucked that up, but it's not a big deal. Oh, I'm sorry. We did this in the wrong order. I totally spaced to use... I meant to use the alchemy first, because I'm not at 13 yet, and this is more efficient for that. And so now I can do that. Alright, and then we get the kill, and I have the energy for this because I keep forgetting that I do, and so I may as well do that as well. And apply even more Pyrogel. Ta-da! And then he just slaps him to death. Woo! Alright, and thus we loot one more time. We don't have whelps. We'll take the Taskmaster's Lash in case we feel like it. We get the other one anyways, because there's only so many of them in the pool. And thus we fight the Titans. Ooh. Unfortunately, Dominion, we just kind of have to wait for. I was also kind of hoping that we were going to get Holy Stone on something, because that would be cute. Doesn't really matter. We can apply Pyre Gel to Dominion. I am a little sad that I had skipped on the apply Pyre Gel whenever your Pyres hit artifact, because that would have been nice, but so be it. Yeah, now I have more capacity than I need, but that's fine. If you take Pyre damage and heal it, does it still decrease score? No. Anyways, we can speed up Dominion pretty nicely since we have Emote Tome. So we're not really in danger of this fight taking terribly long. Alright, we're already basically killing Savagery. Hey look, he's down to 1 HP because the, what's its face? The Jack Strips brought him down to 1, so there we go! Yeah, this doesn't really matter. Oh, I did forget that I'm doing this in the wrong order, though. There we go. Yeah, like, I can do Make It Rain, which will do a lot of fucking damage, because it does 3,000 some damage to Entropy here. It just also doesn't matter, because even without that, I'm doing enough to put him down to 1, so there we go. Like, this is why Pyromaniac Phoenix with Magma Cultist is super cool. I mean, there's a lot of other things going on here too, but like, that's definitely part of what's at play here. Again, slightly wrong ordering. Doesn't matter. Also, you may notice that I don't need Ancient Pyre Tap whatsoever. To be fair, this partly because I had a 13 Horde run, and I just get a bunch of stuff, but still. It's kind of the only thing I think to go for when I have Phoenix. I mean, Phoenix's other paths are good, too. Yeah, there's things I can do here, I guess, if I so desire. Yes, look at him gaining 1,500 attack. And then we just do this anyways. But anyways, Phoenix's other paths are good too. It's just that Pyre Gel is already good, and then Pyromaniac makes it even better. Like, and this is why it got nerfed from Pyre Gel plus 9 at rank 3 to only Pyre Gel plus 4. Which is because it was at 9 when the demo first launched, and turns out there were good reasons for it not to be at 9. I would have mastered this earlier if we just were offered it earlier. Like, I'm sure I've skipped it like once or twice, but there were so many runs where I did want Tome of Contracts and could not get it. Woo! Mastered one more card. We'll get there eventually. Mostly, it's just I haven't done anything with the Monster Train 1 clans. I'm pretty close on most of the Monster Train 2 clans, but that's okay. And yes, 60,000. Alright, we're not going to do Endless. I should stop there for the night. I'm not going to. I'll do one more run, though I do need to feed this cat first. So I'm going to do that, and I'll be right back. If anyone has any clan combo you want to see, let me know. Otherwise, we're going to hit random, 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 because that's what we do. So, I'll be back in a moment. Alright, I'm back. Looks like no one had any suggestions, so random it is. There we go. Why is it Pyre of Entropy? Truly the worst. Absolutely fucking hate Pyre of Entropy. Really wanted to get reworked. There's just so many different ways they can make it into not an annoying Pyre. And yet, it remains an awful, awful feeling Pyre. Again, like, strength-wise, it's fine. But god, do I hate using it. Anyways, Shade Guard's not bad. Cleave is good. Gravity's okay. Hey, thanks for the follow. We're definitely taking a tuned Whetstone here. Especially because Lost Luggage becomes worse and worse as we get higher into Entropy. Since eventually we're just going to be drawing 10 cards a turn anyways. I suggest you do Mikote and Viera. Why Final Fantasy races? Also, it's spelled with a Q, not a K. Yeah. Unfortunately, I wanted the Moon Cycle one, and that's not available to us. Have you ever had Entropy Dante? I have. It's pretty silly, but like you can also get up to very high blights with Dante anyways. But yes, It is silly. Feels a little bad to just be drawing all blights all the time, but so long as you have some way to scale Dante, it doesn't matter. Because I thought it would be amusing. Fair enough. Oh, man. Anyways, what are we actually doing here? The problem is I don't really want to take the incant path, because more and more of my deck is going to become garbage cards. And unless I'm just drafting tons of cards, which is technically an option, though it feels dumb, mostly we're going to be drawing a couple blights every turn, and that feels bad. Side note, one of the other reasons I hate this Pyre is because, you know, people who defend this Pyre are like, oh, you know, it's free 10 draw every turn, and then you know, people say, oh, but then you have to draw a bunch of blights, and, you know, their response is like, oh, it doesn't matter because you just take double Ember to counteract that. And it's like, yes, it's kind of true, but then that also means that you are accounting for never taking capacity. And I like being able to take capacity. I don't like having my upgrade choices pigeonholed. It's really annoying. Anyways, I think we're taking Silver Empress. It's just, I don't know. It's very liable to not go the way that I wish. But we'll see what happens. Okay, so let us mitigate that problem. Let us do that and that and that, even though it doesn't mean means we're not killing you, we're not killing any of these guys. I think that's still worth it. Especially because we got more value out of the Inspires, because we're getting Valor on more targets. We're going to do this so we take less damage overall. Yeah, let's try it in case I hit the Witch Weave. I guess I didn't need to, but that's fine. Whatever. I got carried away. Overall, it was still a very good turn for us. I probably should have killed the Scourge, dude. It doesn't really matter right now, but technically would have been the thing to do. Thing with Entropy, you can safely get away with 1 energy, 1 space if you want, especially on playing combos like this where you have a bunch of zero cost things like Witch Weave and Moon Ritual. Like, you can. I'm just saying that, like, the expected play pattern is that you are getting around the blights by taking the extra energy, and that annoys me. Like, yeah, there's a little more to it, for sure, but nonetheless, it annoys me. Yeah, unfortunately, we're not in full moon next turn. But yeah, like there's other things. I just dislike the entire play pattern of Entropy, especially in that, like, the other sort of, like, workaround is that you it doesn't really matter, we do it just because we can. Anyways, the other sort of workaround is, like, just don't skip cards. Draft a bunch, because the more cards in your deck, the more you are watering down the blight draws, which does make the draw better. Still, I've said this before, but, like, I really like the aspect of deck builders of refining your deck over the course of the run. I don't like just taking a bunch of, like, generically okay nonsense and making a... I don't know. I don't like the cards that are just generically okay. I don't like my deck being just a bunch of sort of okay cards that gets value by the fact that I'm drawing 10 of them every turn. I like my deck to be refined over time into something cool and clean and fun to play. Moon Pixie's not bad. I think we want the Phase Blessing, especially because if used on the right turn, it's very strong with Ekka. I think that's good enough. Meddler's also sort of okay because it gives us phase control, just not the best phase control. But we'll take this. Windblade is a little underwhelming. Selfless Sacrifice is okay. Challenge is okay. We're going to skip, though. Pretty sure we're going for Luna Banner here. Okay. Yeah, so those are kind of the two that I wanted to see. The problem is I want both. I think we're taking Selene Acolyte here, though. Now, do I want Titanite? Maybe. I can't re-roll for, like, Quick, which would be sort of the other thing that I'd want. There's sort of ways around that, though. Like, especially since I have attuned Whetstone, if I see the Quick Dagger ever offered, I can pick that up. Titanite is a maybe. It mostly doesn't matter, except for the fact that I have Phase Blessing, so I could pump a bunch of armor onto it. Technically, I have Valor as well, but, like, I don't really have Valor. I could also get around quick by doing the Cleave, if I ever got, like, Holdover. Obviously, I can do, like, Titanite on the Shade Guard. It's just that long-term, I think I want to drop the Shade Guard because we ideally want to be staying on Full Moon, and Shade Guard only really gets meaningful value if it's on New Moon. Okay, we're gonna leave that, I think. Now, I don't have any one capacity units. I think we probably still just need to do the Shade Guard with Ekka. There's technically a possibility that I can ascend as well, but I need you to have more HP for that. Yeah, point in case. Alright, we're gonna do this, and it's almost certainly not gonna work out the way that I want. Nope. Didn't think so. But there was a possibility that we would get the Ascend card. And that's what we were hoping for. Although it wouldn't have been Ascend anymore because there's New Moon anyways, so ignore that part. But does Primordium transfer the Mage Blade with Superfood? Yes. I was trying to remember if this had gotten changed off of being a yellow status. If it had, if it were something else, then it wouldn't. But yes, he does transfer that. Which is why he can transfer Multi-Strike. And so I'd love to play the Calcified Ember, but it's very important that we ascend them this turn. God, I forgot that I had multiple of these. Whatever, we'll continue taking damage. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not in full, or on, yeah, I'm not in full moon on top floor next turn. Which is sort of my own fault for setting up here, but I still hate it. Well. Yeah, all we need to do is knock off the damage shield. That's the only reason he's surviving here, but just for my own enjoyment, we'll still beat him down a little bit. If we were in full moon, we would be doing dramatically higher damage. Thanks to the Mage Blade. Okay, here we are. Yeah, I think we want the Face Blessing. Warbler is okay, but I don't think it's what we want. Self-a-Sacrifice I should maybe take, but we're not going to. What I want is another Luna banner. Or just any way to get phase control. Don't hate that. I might take that. Okay. I mean, I do really like the Garfield boxes. I don't really want to do this, though I might use it just to get rid of some units. I despise large mystery box, though honestly, no, it doesn't work. It works for now, but once we hit 10 card draw with entropy, it stops working. What's the situation where the unit Jack in the Box is useful other than deleting 3 stewards, like actually using it? It's okay because it allows you to overstack a floor, and that can be valuable if you have like 1 extra capacity on a unit on a floor. Like there's a lot of champions that are 2 capacity and can pair well with like a 2 capacity banner unit. And then being able to just put the large, or the Jack in the Box behind them is nice because then you can fill the floor with 3 more units. So like that's good. It's fine so long as you are a deck that can afford to take the time to set up. And, you know, like I said, has the capacity for it, basically. It's also nice in that it allows you to get around Deployment Ember. So also if you are trying to do like a bunch of multi-floor stuff, which is not typically what I'm doing because reasons, but it also works well there. You can also dupe it if you want, so you can have like 1 on every floor. So like there are some good things you can do with it. The biggest problem is just that you have to wait for it, and you have to... You don't know the ordering that they're going to pop out in, so usually you need to have some other unit in front, unless you have, like, repositioning things, because otherwise you can end up with kind of squishy units in a bad spot. But, like, it can be good, it's just that I like the reliability of utilizing all my Deployment Ember, and I usually am setting up, like, 1 strong floor. You don't have to play that way, and there are a lot of like other things that work pretty well with not playing that way. But also, like, yeah, overall, it works. It's just not my favorite thing to do. Also, the fact that it does have attack means that technically you can also be buffing this with other things. So if you have something like Talos or Fel that are potentially buffing the whole floor, you can even be buffing the Jack in the Box and still make it into a vaguely like useful unit. Like, it's fine. It's just that I generally really like the small gift box here, and I generally don't like relying on the randomness of this. Especially since this game, largely really pushes you towards setting up on bot floor. Having something that takes multiple turns to be valuable is harder to justify. And I just hate this, even though it's okay. I really hate the randomness. Anyways, what do I actually want to do here? I think I'm maybe just jamming some units into the box. Technically it would be okay to put, like, the Phase Blessing and, like, a Gravity in and look for Intrinsic. That's also not bad. Hi, Cat. How you doing? I know, you're in the way, Cat. I love you, but you are in the way. Alright, let's try this. We'll see if it's worthwhile. Now, do I want Everlasting Light? I do want it enough to take it. Fine. It's not what I was going to do, but I will do that, even though that kind of defeats some of the purpose for what I just did. We're gonna skip on that. And I, like, never use Equalizing Rings, though it does have good use cases. Anyways, that's fine. So. Oh, I still don't have enough capacity, because for some reason I think that I do. Well, Steward's Quarters are less valuable then. It's just that I forget that I'm accounting for him being like 2 capacity, and he's not. Anyways, we'll go back to the original plan, which is this. Yep, didn't get what I wanted this turn, but that's fine. Yeah, we all knew this was coming. That's the only spell I'm going to play this turn. Because now I can pull it back and we have Ascend. Oh, fuck. I did forget that I don't have armor on that, though. It's almost like there's a big fucking flaw in my plan. Well. Didn't work the way that I wanted to. So, here we go. Get out of here. I guess I didn't actually do the Phase Blessing on you, since you have the Valor armor. Like, technically it's still valuable, but it's not really valuable. It's a little better to do that. Well, it's a bit of a clusterfuck, but here we are. Oh, man. Yeah, I take damage, whatever. At least Archeon isn't getting powered up. That's something. Alright. Well, we're gonna greed a little bit. And we're gonna do this too. Though again, not that great, since we're not going to have the conduit this turn. So that's the thing. Yeah, that doesn't make a difference. I'm gonna win this, but I was just curious if playing out the Phase Blessing on any unit actually increase the damage. What is your base attack anyway? 7? No, it does not. Okay. Then back to the original plan. I just figured I would check, and I didn't want to do the math myself. Alright. Doesn't matter. We're taking a hit. It's whatever. We survive. If we had phase control and we were on the right turn, this would not be an issue. But we do not have phase control. Alright. Well, Tome of the Lost Path is cute. We're gonna take Tidal Turning. We're going to skip. And we're greedily going to take this, even though I still need other problems solved. Okay. Well, the Mage Blade is cute. Am I happy enough with Mage Blade fused to Everlasting Light? Kind of. Yeah, fuck it, we'll take it, even though I can't fuse them yet. Alright, we're taking Silver Empress 2. Even though I actually probably should take this, but we're doing this. I also should have looked at this first, as one does. I kind of forgot where Arcus, Talos, and Fourth Seraph added with the DLC in Monster Hunter 1, or just an update. It was just an update. If your question is it plausible for them to add alternate bosses in a free update? Yeah, I think that's entirely plausible. Do I think it will happen anytime soon? Probably not, just because it's a lot of work to implement those. And yeah, I mean, like, I very much look forward to it, and I think it would be very healthy for the game. Just having more variety in like the bosses that you fight, I think would be very good. But I think just realistically, it will take time if they want to implement that. I guess I'm doing that, even though I think it's maybe a mistake. Okay, well, we're gonna do that. And we're gonna hold over, I guess, maybe the Cleave? I don't know, I guess. I don't think it's, like, great for me, but it vaguely helps the situation. Oh, man. Again, that doesn't actually help anything because I can't fit anything, but whatever. Okay, whatever. Alright, so. Yeah. I thought that was the case and I totally spaced. I need to have slightly more capacity in hand so I can get that. So. We do that and then ascend you. Yeah, I don't think there's any reason not to be giving that all to you. Alright, may as well. I don't think this matters, but we'll do it anyways. Unfortunately, again, I don't have phase control, and so setting up top floor is not ideal for me, but it is what it is. Whatever. God, had I done one more damage to him, I could have prevented one of those hits. I didn't realize it was coming out that close because I didn't do the math, but I definitely could have prevented some damage there. It's not the end of the world, but it does feel fairly dumb on my part. Yeah, unfortunately, my damage on full moon versus non-full moon turns is very different. Yes. Alright, so we're doing this so that we can fight you on my stronger turn. Because then we can sort of just murder you. I might still have won next turn, but this turn I definitely win since I just beat him to death with Mage Blade galore. And that's pretty okay. I did take a lot of damage. We don't want Moon Cycle. What we do want is Moon Rise, even though it gives me even more garbage. We don't want the Everlasting Light. So I kind of want the Alcove. Also kind of want this cat. Don't get up there. So I do want to fuse things. I think we're going to do this. Yeah, I guess so. Bloodthirsty Blade is cute. Hall of Mirrors is interesting. I don't know that I really care about Hall of Mirrors. It's kind of interesting, though. Planetarium is honestly not bad for me, since I am sort of dependent on Mage Blade at the moment. Bloodthirsty Blade is cute. I don't think I actually need it, though it sort of gets around my Mage Blade dependency. Do I actually want Hall of Mirrors? Kind of. Sure. Let's live this life. Alright, well. I was still looking for another option, but this is what we're doing now. Now, what do I actually want to dupe? I guess we'll dupe this. I don't know. Is it the right choice? Not really. Okay, so. Hall of Mirrors, Eka, Steward's Quarters, play you out. Although I don't need the gravity now, but that's fine. It's whatever. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that, and I'm not gonna play out the other Moonrise. Hello, Ashaka, how you doing? How was your stream? God, I hate fucking Pyre of Entropy. Whatever. We'll just get rid of some of those. I don't know. Life is pain. Yeah, I want to get rid of the Calcified Ember, but I also don't want to take as much damage. Unfortunately, I do take quite a lot of damage. I can't remember what I played last turn, but I suspect the answer is nothing helpful. So, time to take a bunch of damage. Doing alright, Tiny? How are you doing? Yeah, it turns out, on the turns where I actually have things that I care about, it goes pretty well. We're just going to do this right now while I have the things for it. I am actually going to do that too, because I worry about not killing him next turn. And so I may as well do that. Unless I had another Witch Weave, which I forgot to play. Doesn't matter. Pretty good. Got 4 wins tonight. Primordium, Blindsmane, Prince, and Tethys. Prince run was pretty funny. Finally got a Hydra Armed Horror. So pivoted to that, and then Prince came through and carried anyways. Reaper Prince too. Got to 1,000 plus damage on the last fights. Trample, Rage, and One Horns are a hell of a drug. Yeah, that will do it. I still don't like him at all, but he definitely is better. Reaper Prince specifically, that is. It's definitely better in MT2 than in MT1. Well, I'm bleeding out a fair bit, but here we are. Okay, so we're full moon now, new moon, full moon. Okay. Oh, the advanced retreat really helped him. Fair enough. I'm still happy that Primordium with Conduit worked. It worked so well. Yeah, it does. Okay, we're just gonna play that. And yes, I know that it messes with things, but that's fine. Because now I can get that. We're still winning anyways without it, but now we're winning harder with it. None of that really matters. And there we go. It was a rough fucking fight for me, but we're trying. Oof. I mean, I guess I'll take another of those for now. Don't really need the trample. Actually, maybe kind of wanted the healing, but what I really want is phase control. And this is phase control. Though the problem is I don't reliably draw it for most of the run. Or most of the fight, probably. Cat, what are you doing? And why are you in the way? I don't, like, super need the cleave anymore. It's fine, though. I have a lot of garbage in my deck. I got 2 armed something assistant from the Graft event. That was super useful. You're talking about Dual Edge Bearer or whatever his name is? Planetarium is fine for me. I don't think I actually need it, and therefore that's a good reason to skip it, but I'll take it. Anyways, Pyre of Entropy is the worst. This should be okay. Maybe. Depending on when I draw things I care about. Double strength equipment on Superfood Primordium do be good? Yeah. Turns out, Primordium with equipment is maybe not fair. Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong order. Like, it's cool, but I do think he's probably a little too busted with equipment working on him to the degree that it does. Okay. May as well send you. And do all that. Umbra's been through so much, I think they deserve to just have some fun. Yeah, but like... there are other things that can be done. Like, Umbra's still in an okay state, even outside of Primordium. It's just that Primordium makes things really ridiculous. There we go, I just couldn't click the right one. Well, can't use the Phase Blessing. Oh well. I don't think Pyre of Entropy is that bad. I like big decks, which encourages, as I don't chase small decks as much other. Yeah, it's fine for you to enjoy it. I personally despise it. Like, yes, it is better if you like making big decks. I hate it. We're just gonna leave it at that. I find it a very annoying Fireheart. Anyways, look at this go. Turns out, Conduit, now that we have phase control, or more specifically, Mage Blade, doesn't work for us. Lunacycle Stab, doesn't matter anymore. Fuck it, we'll take Wings Radiance. And we're taking Ember. It matters a lot less now that I have the holdover thing, but that's fine. That's fine. So what you're saying is you don't like change how common of you sell? No! What I'm saying is I don't like Pyre of Entropy. I like the other Pyre Hearts. I don't like Pyre of Entropy. Also, Sal, can you tell me why Savagery Pyre doesn't apply to itself? Because it doesn't, though there have been many people suggesting that it should, so I would not be surprised if that gets implemented at some point. I mean, like, yes, Ashiaka, you're 100% correct. I am generally disdainful of change. That is 100% true in my life. But this is the Pyre of Entropy specific problem. I'll be honest, I thought this was still 60 Conduit, not 70. Don't remember when that changed, but fair enough. Alright, well, you're going to also get Remove Consume, just in case we need it. Yeah, we'll just make this intrinsic. Could have done that, which is kind of cute, but it doesn't super matter. Yeah, it's weird to think this is only a 2 Ember equipment, but that's fine. I think we're doing this just so that I hit it more quickly, because that is what I care about. Because if I don't hit that quickly, I'm in real fucking bad shape. And if I do hit it, everything's fine. I also, for the first time, took the Entropy upgrade, triple stack on the Reanimation Serum with Remove Consume Spell Chain. be a little silly. It is the least good of those. But yeah, it has some real good use cases still. Well, can't play him out, unfortunately. Alright, we'll just do that, and then do this, and then just load you up with even more armor. Oh, technically, I should have played these. Whatever. It's my own fault. And also, I didn't really need to shoot the backliner, because I just need to make sure that I had enough armor to survive it, and this way I generate Valor by hitting them. Doesn't really matter. The small bit of Valor is not really the kicker in my life right now. God, I use Planetarium so rarely that I didn't recognize the background. And yes, I know I'm not actually using their spell generation. Doesn't matter. Nothing really matters for us anymore. Not when we're just gonna mage play it all over them. You know what? We're doing this just so I can play that out. Well, not the ones I was expecting or hoping to see. I could have held off. Doesn't really matter. Unfortunately, can't hit Rax because of his spell shield, but it doesn't all actually matter. Because we just do that. Look at us go. Well, that was pretty silly. This is why I was trying to line this up, mind you. Like, no surprise that it's working as well as it is. Unfortunately, this is only friendly units, so I can't do that on Savagery. I can sort of do that later, though. Haven't really tried doing Hall of Mirrors and then changing the room. Quite cool. Yeah, it's a good plan. It works out well. Social Cascade is okay. Lunar Lantern is really unnecessary. Nah, fuck it. We'll do that. Sure. Okay. I don't really need any of those, though they are cute. Sure. Why not? And then we'll get rid of... I guess I don't really need to get rid of those guys. I have enough Ember to play them both in deployment. Enjoy. That's fine. Who cares? I forgot that I had 2 removals. More specifically, I thought I had used my 2 removals. I had not. Okay, we are in real good shape. In the Tethys round, I threw a 98 Ember, Spike of the Stygian at Entropy, since I couldn't really kill it otherwise. Could have been 99, but messed up, and played a Curse. Oh, man. Just enough that we can play out these guys. One of them is going to get murdered by Savagery, whatever. It also full healed me because it came with Holy Stone. That's pretty silly. Okay. Alright, here we go. Hello, Asif. How you doing? Good to see you. There we go. Not exactly what I'd hoped to see. But we're just going to give you 11 melee weakness, and that is what I was planning to do. Oh my god, this game is awesome. Did you know during the test phase that the logbook expands? Yes. There we go. Yeah, that's why we took, whatever it's called, this. Wings Radiance. I kept wanting to call it Wings Advancement. Knew that was the wrong name. But yeah, that's why we took it. Also because it's good into Dominion as well during the Titan fight. Wait, so this whole time, Sal, you knew Umbra wouldn't be leaving? Yeah, I knew the whole time. Didn't spill a word. I think I cried a little when I saw the expanded logbook. My dream of melting Remnant Lazarus would become true. Yep. Oh, man. Yeah. It was a little bit of a shame. So, like, the devs and testers did a good job of not revealing the Monster Train 1 clans before release at all. Like, no one spilled it. Except that, like, a couple days, I think, like, 5 days before the release, maybe, yeah, about 5 days before release, PlayStation's like trophy list that got posted because the game is on PS5, and so the trophy list got posted, and in the achievement / trophy list is like play runs with the Monster Train 1 clans, and so people saw that and so started having it spoiled for them. We made it so close to release with nobody like slipping up in any way, and like the devs like on every single stream were like, oh no, we're uncertain if the Monster Train 1 clans will get added or whatever other thing they chose to say. But nope, got spoiled by that, but still mostly people were pretty good about not spreading it around on the Discord server after the devs asked them not to. Because they really wanted to be a surprise for people. And so, yeah, anyways. I also had like 48 spell weakness, but I had no big target spells to throw at it since Savagery still eats things like Crypt Builder. If you're talking about Savagery in the Titan fight, yes. Even though attacks can go through him, spells do not. Which is lame, but whatever, it is what it is for this fight. Steam achievements also spoiled it, but yeah, I'm generally happy how well the Seagulls get. Yes, same deal, but it's just that, like, most people weren't looking at the Steam achievements early, and as soon as it leaked to... And also, that was at least on release, but the PS Network spoiled it a couple days early, was the big thing. Bayo spoiled it for himself. He warned us not to look up achievements. I figured it out through the mastery frame. Yeah. Okay, so we can play those out for free. I was really hoping to have melee weakness this turn, but we don't. That's fine. Not a big deal. Oops. Okay. Okay. Feel that Savagery should get some penalties for being brought to 1 HP since he's still damaging the Pyre and partially blocking damage. I feel that every one of the Titans should have some penalty for being at no HP. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Oops, come on. Oh, I'm sorry, I did this in the wrong order. There's a very specific ordering we wanted for this, though it's unlikely to work. Yeah, okay. So now, we can gravity you back where you belong. You son of a bitch. Alright, so all these chumps are basically sorted. Yeah, whatever. I'm not quite killing you. Alright, we're gonna do this slightly differently. Every Titan is also good? Yes. It just... There's a lot of things I dislike about this fight. Okay. Yeah, I don't really need to do the cleave. We're not going to. We're just going to do that. He takes basically the same damage, but our Pyre is stronger this way. I still have to wait for the fight, but here we are. Oh no! Curse of Entropy. I get slightly weaker than I was. Yep, and then we gotta wait on Dominion. And then I take a bit of damage. Ooh, spooky, who cares? Whatever. Sure. I had to hold over Spell Chain Driftfall, and my mid floor was 7 units being held hold every turn. Savagery would reach floor 2, look at the crowd of mafiosos waiting for him, scream like a little girl, beg me to Driftfall him back to the ground floor where it was safer with Baron Grail and his 4K attack. And forgot to reach multi-strike. Yeah. I will say, one of the many weirdnesses of this fight that I don't like is I don't like that there's a disparity between ascending and descending Savagery. Because like, if you're always descending him, he never gains multi-strike. If you are ascending him to like try to get him to your floor, so he's not on the empty floor, then he gains multi-strike faster. And I think that's weird, and I don't like it, but it is what it is. Nope. Nope. I was really hoping we'd get the Pyre Light. But it is what it is. Okay. You're just gonna have melee weakness 10. And then for my own enjoyment, we're gonna shoot something, it doesn't matter. And then you're gonna get hit for however much damage that was, I didn't see the number. Ta-da! Look at us go. We only took 25 damage with our busted deck. Could have had less damage if we had gotten a holdover on Gravity like I was hoping for in that final shop. Hey, thanks for resubscribing, Asif. I really appreciate it. It really does mean a lot to me. But yeah, anyways. There we go. There we go. Yeah, getting the phase control was what I wanted and what I needed. And there we go. You're worth all my subs, you handsome amphibian. I appreciate that, Asif. I'd celebrate Bone Dog heal me above damage dealt by Titan, so I got full score. I've done full score a number of times. It's just I also don't really see the point in building for it most of the time because, again, as long as you're going to the fight with like 45 HP, you win the fight, and it doesn't matter. But whatever. I seriously need to get better with Ekka. I think she's a little inconsistent as a champion, but generally pretty strong. It's just that you can definitely end up in some weird situations with her. Like, for instance, if you draw your spells on the wrong turn, Lunar Echo is worthless. Obviously, like, the further into the run you get, the more you can, like, control that, but yeah. Yeah. There's also not, like, a ton of phase control in Luna, which I think is fine. I think if you're going to have a mechanic like the moon phases, you should have to actually play around the moon phases to some degree. But nonetheless, if you are reliant on a particular moon phase, it is definitely pretty possible for you to end up with very bad moon control and then have to just kind of suffer. Especially because a lot of the spells in Luna like just don't do a whole lot when you're not in their appropriate phase. I don't know. It is what it is. But anyway, she's overall a pretty strong champion. Are you still random, Sal, or may I make a request? Well, I'm going to stop here for the night, even though I'd like to keep playing, because I do actually have other things I should do, including eat. So I'm going to stop there. If you're here tomorrow, you can make a request, because I have been doing random, unless people have requests, in which case I'll play the request. But we're not doing any like particular challenge. We're just playing for fun right now. Eventually I will try to hit a particular win streak probably, and we'll do things like the hat trick challenge and other things like that. I'll see you in hell, Sal. Well, it's very likely that will be the case. You well-groomed goatee beatnik. I wouldn't call it a well-groomed goatee, but I do think it looks pretty nice, so it's good enough for me. Anyways, truly thanks for hanging out, everyone. I have a great time playing this. I love streaming it for you. I will be back tomorrow, so have a nice night, and I'll see you then.